Don't go in there.
Don't go where?
To the bathroom.
You poo-poo? You poo-poo? Smeary? Poo-poo smeary?
Shh. I'm streaming.
Shut up. Shh.
Oh man. Hello, up the Waz. Keen. Ziz. Ash. Tanya. Urapani. Thank you so much for liking the live. Zara joined. Sorry, I went to the bathroom. But I'm here now. Little Jim Bob joined. Hello. What are the 8 of you doing? Hello, Shadows. Welcome to the stream on Twitch and TikTok. Hello, hello. I'm live, finally. Nature called right as I hit the live button. Perfect timing as always. Probably turn this down, honestly. A bit too bright, I think. That lightens me up real good. Drop it down a couple maybe. Should be good. What do you? If it's too light, let me know. But yeah, welcome, 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 welcome. Oh yeah. Now, I was just gonna do the solo flawless attempt 2 of Shattered Throne, but then I saw that this dropped, so I want to check it out. It dropped about 14 hours ago. I was asleep, so we're gonna watch it.
So Kepler's a place touched by the Nine, concealing a lot of secrets and danger. And it's somewhere that human scientists traveled to a long time ago to research a dormant singularity. While living on Kepler, not only did they observe the collapse, they survived it. And over time, the ideals of the scientific process they held to were enshrined in their culture, and they came to be known as the Ionians. The Elixni House of Exile arrived during the Dark Age, weary from the Long Drift. They didn't invade Earth with the other Elixni houses. Instead, they sought a new home, which they found alongside the Ionians.
Whoa.
But the dark matter that permeates Kepler and that they converted into the ether they need to survive ended up being toxic. So when the Ionians failed to cure them, the house rose up under an archon claiming to be blessed with prophetic sight. Now, the House of Exile is full of zealots. And they'll stand opposed to the Guardian as they walk the winding pathways of Kepler, learning more about what called them there in the first place. Guardian's paracausal power acts as a catalyst for the normally corrosive force of dark matter. These new powers will allow them to unlock long sealed passageways for the Ionians as they make their way to the singularity at the core of the planetoid.
So from the start, we focused on building Kepler as more of a dungeon-like destination. It expands on the interconnected world design of places like the Leviathan or the Shattered Throne.
As you fight your way across Kepler, you tap into dark matter abilities and unlock enemy tech that expands your navigation and aids you in combat. These are all about going places you would normally think are out of reach.
Matterspark has you turn into this wild ball of arc energy. It's like nothing we've done
That's
in
so
Destiny
cool.
before. The Mattermorph ability lets you twist the objects in the world around you.
With Relocator,
Whoa.
you essentially co-opt the Fallen's teleportation networks and can use it to cross gaps you wouldn't have even considered before.
It'll be the small tells, an open vent, a broken window, things you want to remember because you might be revisiting them later.
Abilities can be upgraded, so as you unlock new perks, you can chain them into your build crafting in clever ways.
Whoa.
By far the most game-changing is one of Matterspark's upgrades. On Kepler, it lets you turn into Matterspark the same way you'd summon a sparrow, wherever and whenever.
That's cool.
It will optimize not only exploration, but also combat on future playthroughs in super creative ways. There are tons of cool combinations. You can suspend an enemy with Mattermorph, bend a path up toward the sky, and then in mid-air, leap into Matterspark to dash across the arena and arc chain a group of enemies.
The team
Interesting.
has already seen players pairing abilities with different exotic perks and aspects to create some really crazy builds.
We know this is only the beginning and can't wait to see what happens once players get their hands on this kit.
Ooh.
All right.
Interesting. Hey, Miss 32. XO join. Hey, AJ. Tasunka. Kelsey, Dylan, Hearts. Mainly Naki. Manal. Hello, everyone.
Hello, welcome to Bungie, and welcome to our Destiny 2 Edge of Fate live stream. This will be the first live stream that we have leading into launch. Big shout out to the folks that we had on our Dev Insight video. We were just talking about Kepler, destination abilities, some of the secrets of Kepler and the Aeonians, but we're going to leave that for a later date for you to discover. Today we're going to be talking a bunch about Sandbox. We have a bunch of core feature updates with Armor 3.0, gear tiering, some new loot for you to grind out, and a bunch of cool things to show. So without further ado, let's get to it. We have a wonderful panel of developers on our couch. Some of them are new, some of them you've seen before. But yeah, let's start out with Eric. How you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for asking, Dylan.
Yeah. For folks that maybe haven't seen you on a previous
Hello,
live stream
JC.
where you've
How you
talked
doing?
about burst weapons and all the cool ability stuff, who are you? What do you do?
Sure, I'm Eric Smith, gameplay lead on Destiny 2, and I'm excited to dive into our sandbox changes.
Awesome. Vivian, hello, hello. Welcome to the live stream format. We've seen you on Vidocs from time to time, but yeah, for folks that haven't met you, seen you on our Vidocs. Who are you? What do you do?
Yeah, I'm Vivian Bex. I'm a sandbox designer on Destiny. I get the privilege of making like a lot of the toys that players get to use, you know, like weapons and stuff. Recently, I've kind of been all over the sandbox team, and I have some very exciting stuff to show today. I'm really excited.
Man. Yeah, we'll get into that in a minute. And last but not least, end of the couch, Bjorn. Taylor Bjorndal. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Happy to be
Who
here.
are you? What do you do here, buddy?
Taylor Bjorndal, associate weapons designer, sandbox designer. I've also bounced around and done a lot of stuff. Excited to talk about all of the million things we changed.
Yeah, right. I think the last time we had you on the couch, we were talking grid skipper rolls and things like that.
Yeah, it's been a bit.
Yeah. So as we're diving into this, we have quite a bit to go through in the show. And to start, we're actually going to be in the shooting range. We're going to have our gameplay specialist going through, showing you some of the new weapons, some of the new ability or exotics that are going to be coming. But this will be playing in the background. You'll see them tuning a couple different enemies, playing around, damage types, that kind of stuff. To start with our panel, though, let's talk Armor 3.0. Eric, if we can talk about, like, where did we start with ammo? Where was it back in the day? Where are we going? What's the high-level vision for our changes?
Yeah, so when Destiny 2 launched, we had armor in the game, but there were 3 stats. There were no mods available. And then with Shadowkeep, we hit Armor 2.0, where we added 3 additional stats for a total of 6. And armor mods as well. And this is the next evolution for the new...
Yo,
saga
Shredder.
of
Yo,
Destiny 2.
Mavman.
In Armor 3.0,
Reusable
we are
Virgin,
adding,
what a
or
name.
We're reworking the stats. We're adding set bonuses, and we are adding gear tiers as well.
Yeah.
And the kind of the goals with Armor 3.0, so one, we want to make armor more exciting and desirable. When's the last time you saw a purple armor dropped and you were, thrilled to go pick it up and see what was inside? And then we want to rework the stats to make sure no stat is left behind, no stat feels mandatory, and give you further depth of build.
No, I've just started watching, bro. I've just started watching. Crippled Diz if joined. Hello.
Crafting in your armor rolls, essentially.
Damn, bro, my bad.
An underlying goal as well that I've
Good
seen
job,
here
bro.
since the
Good
launch,
job.
And the team really is approachability.
Give it up
There are
for
a lot of
Strider,
UI
everybody.
tools where you're hovering over
Fuck's
perks,
sakes.
stats, all that kind of stuff. You're seeing actual percentages. You're seeing more full descriptions for things, helping newer players or returning players get reacquainted with the sandbox of Destiny.
Yeah, in this release and in coming releases, we are absolutely focusing on making the game easier to digest and understand what's going on. And this, looking at the shooting range here, is a great example of this, like where I can just go and see how much damage I'm doing, and test out my weapons, test out these builds, and see the actual changes that my new armor and whatnot is giving me.
Yeah, and you can load in here with a full fire team of 6 if you want to check out raid boss damage, or just come in here by yourself if you're on Discord talking friends, shooting the stuff. So let's really quick talk about stats. This is one of the major overhauls. A couple things are leaving, a couple things are being added. Really quick, if you could get a quick scroll through some of the stats, go ahead and give us.
Yeah, so we've removed some stats. We've removed resilience. We've removed recovery.
Mobility.
Yes, and mobility. So instead, starting from the top, we got health. Then we have melee and grenade, super, class, and then our weapon stat. So this is an entirely new suite of stats.
What the fuck? So is everything just gonna become obsolete at this point? Like resilience and recovery and shit? And what about like hunters that are using movement-based builds? Like, is this shit just completely cooked? I don't know how I feel about it. I'm always open to what Bungie has to offer, but I don't know. Seems a bit wild. Seems like I'm gonna have a massive clear in my vault.
Does different things. All of our stats now, instead of going to 100, they go to 200. So once you go above 100, you get an additional benefit put on top of the 0 to 100 benefit. And
Alex
these,
joined.
On the ability side,
Mom Cozy
we
Games
are,
joined. Hello again.
Giving you kind of your uptime and how much energy you're getting in the 0 to 100 range. And then the 100 to 200 range, we're increasing things like damage, things like survivability, which is somewhere we've never really, gone into. And it's going to really give players more tools to customize their build, kind of pinpoint single, like I'm gonna be this badass grenade thrower that's just doing shit tons of grenade damage, or I could be more defensive or more weapon focused and all of this, right?
Yeah, we haven't had like a weapons stat before, and it's sometimes been you'd have to like hook into the artifact to make like a true weapons build, and we've kind of pushed further into that world.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think we saw some questions specifically about the weapon stat and PvP. I know y'all have been balancing in the PvP, making sure this is kind of like cherry on top. It doesn't change the time to kill too much, but it's kind of like a cost balancing factor, right? If you want that extra damage, you lose out on grenades, things like that.
Sure, yeah. So if you want to go
I'll just spec in a fucking health and weapon damage, I suppose.
all in on weapons, like your weapons are going to be more potent than they were before, but it's at the expense of your other abilities and that sort of thing. So we have done extensive testing to make sure we're not breaking PvP. That said, you know, in the first day that this comes out, the amount of hours being put into this by genius members of the community is going to dwarf what we've done. So it's a little bit scary how much change we've actually put in this. The team's worked so hard across the entire game. Everything you hear today it's not apples to apples with the pre-Edge of Fate numbers and feel of the game.
I haven't ordered food yet.
What?
Yeah,
Why?
I just haven't ordered food yet. Hey,
Not hungry?
I'll order food soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hey, Mom Cozy Games, thank you so much for liking the live and tapping that screen. I appreciate it. 146 likes, thank you. Hey, how goes it? I'm good. How are you?
It really.
I love your username.
Across the game, we have just changed so much.
It's very different. It's not really easy to compare the experience of what's going to be in
Feel.
the next release too.
That's okay, Boba. I can order.
You should.
I'm okay. I feel being sick has given me a lisp. I'm not saying sick, I'm saying thick. Like, I'm like, shoot. Oh, last night I was like, shoot the boss.
Yeah, like your tongue getting like feel like really long, and then when you talk, it's like.
Yeah. It's a bit sore on the side of the tongue.
Really?
I don't know if there's anything.
Yes.
There's a little like
The like white thing. The white-
bumps.
Yeah.
Like the little bump things. Ulcers probably. Happens when you get sick.
I ordered a lot again.
Oh my god, this is a lot of food.
But I'm happy. I can have it tomorrow as well.
Yeah, you can.
What people are playing right now.
They've
But at the
added
same
a
time, it still
shooting
feels like
range.
Destiny.
Yeah,
So you can like test
quintessential
your
feel of,
damage
I
and
got my
stuff.
gun, I have my abilities, but now it's how much
Yeah.
agency do I have in leaning into some of these things and embracing like a.
So you can
a
like
role-playing
summon
game.
enemies
One of the cool
and like
things is, like,
practice and see how much
internally,
damage
I
you're
think the most
doing.
common thing we say on like our sandbox channel now is just like
They've
emerged
also
as,
changed the
"Man, I can't wait
stats
for
too.
900."
So they're changing a lot
The
of shit.
sandbox is really exciting. There's a lot of really specific builds you can do. Like if
When?
you want to be the melee guy, you can be the
Soon.
melee guy more than ever before, right?
Very soon.
And
I think next month.
I think we're gonna see some really crazy
This
stuff.
expansion.
Very soon.
Speaking
This
of
expansion
embracing
comes
some of
out
these
next
different
month.
lanes,
Which
we
is why
actually
if you wanted to
have
grab
3 new
the
exotics coming with
pass,
the Edge
you
of
probably
Fate.
want to grab it soon.
Each
Jump
class
the
is going to
bin.
get 1 new exotic. Each embrace a different sort of
Do your
vibe.
stream.
I am. I'm watching and talking to you at the same time. Look at how different that looks. So all
Oh
the
my god.
stats are different. All the guns look different.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And like the armor looks different.
Yeah. I don't know it's a good thing or bad thing.
I don't know either. We won't know until we play it.
I feel like they put more detailed things. I feel like good, but who knows?
It says gameplay final, not subject to change, so they might change it. But they're resetting the power.
They're resetting the power.
Yeah, see, like you know
Also
how
gonna be different.
it's we're 2000 something, and they're refreshing it back to 200. Dave John joined. Hello. And they've removed some armor stuff and added some stuff as well. So there's a lot of
more
weird
theme.
shit happening.
And yeah, you can see them on screen. I think first
Yeah, actually, yeah.
embrace a different sort of vibe or theme. And yeah, you can see
Look at this.
theme on screen.
They've changed the look of this too. Looks very different. Yeah, all of this looks different.
I think first we're going to.
Those are the new armor coming to the game.
It's quite cool.
This is the hunter armor, warlock armor, and titan armor. Andrew joined. Hello. This one for you will play into the strand class, the green class, And this one's solar, just like the fire for the Warlock. And then this is also solar, but it's for the Titan and it's the throwing hammer.
Why is the red
We're going
color
to start
at
with
the
the
moment?
Warlock
You can
exotic.
change the color of the armor.
Bjorndal, you have all the details.
Sure. Yeah, so first we have Yunoya, which is Warlock exotic themed around the Hellion aspect. What this does is after your Hellion fires, after a certain amount of time, the projectile is going to shatter into a bunch of submunitions that will like seek nearby units and scorch them. And so it kind of like adds a little bit of like skill play to something that was kind of more of a passive aspect in the past.
Yeah, and I think in the shooting range we can see like it can be both a single target or a group sort of ad clear exotic, right?
Yeah. It can kind of serve multiple roles, just kind of like amping up something that was like a trusty
That's cool.
tool to be something a little
That's
more
what it does.
that you have to like manually aim.
Yeah, and you can like, because it like splits in mid-flight, you can kind of like control your spacing to like
That's what
control
the
the grouping
Warlock
of it.
exotic
If you
does.
want to hit one target, you know, if you're at the right
A little bit
distance, you'll hit
closer.
all 5.
That's
yeah.
cool.
And they'll like burst way earlier than before. Or if you like get way back, you can just blanket a region.
Love it. Yeah, and we can see on the screen too, like some of the looks of the exotic and the Hellion have changed.
Yeah, so like while you're using the exotic, the Hellion itself, like the little solar buddy, will have the same X that the gauntlets do. So it's like a nice little nod to like match.
This thing looks so metal. I'm like so about having that big gas canister on my arm. Having that like flamethrower Warlock arm is so cool. I may have to start switching play Warlock.
Love it. Next up, I believe we have Hunter on docket.
Yeah, so the Hunter exotic is Morai, which
Ooh.
is a
So this is your one.
strand themed exotic that's about your threaded spike and tangles, where you can basically like yo-yo a tangle from out in the field back in your hand and then throw it again. So the way this works is if you have a tangle out in the field, you throw your strand hunter melee at it, it'll pop the tangle and then bring one back to you that if you catch the spike, you'll get another tangle. So you can like duplicate the tangle, which works really well with a lot of strand hunter aspects like Whirling Maelstrom and just like the existing tie-in with like grappling to a tangle.
Oh, boy.
You get like even more mobility and a lot of like ad
I
clear
don't know if I
potential.
like that.
And also
couldn't
it
tell the
will
difference.
return more energy when you catch it.
You
as well.
get
So,
like,
even if you
basically there's the little tangle ball that spawns when you kill an enemy, and if you throw your melee at it,
don't hit anything,
you
or you don't grab
duplicate the
tangle,
orb,
it
so you get a
helps
second
keep that engine
one to throw.
Oh.
Yeah. So that one's doing its thing while you can throw another one.
going.
Yeah, you can see the strand energy attached to the.
So now it's
threaded
got, like,
spike.
two.
So if you grab that, I love how we're rewarding that like perfect grab.
Yeah.
I
It's
can already hear people yelling "spin to win" as they're
Yeah.
spamming these things, right?
Yeah, I mean you can have 3 Beyblades out in the field at any time. Essentially, it's
And you're like zipping between the tangles
It's not-
with grapple. It's
Yeah.
cool as hell.
it's very
It's
strong.
a bit
also gonna be very
niche.
strong with
I
this,
don't think I like it's interesting,
artifacts,
but I don't think I
something
like
which
it
we'll
that
talk
much.
about, but,
Well, these two
another
exotics
cool,
feel quite
tidbit about
niche.
this is it will the threaded spike will bounce to the tangle from enemies as well.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
it's something that has a lot of easy use.
I don't know if you know
and
this, Bubba, but
really-
the melee ability that you use when you use this class, you know how you press the key to throw it? It comes back to you, and if you press the key again as it's coming back to you, you'll grab it, and then you get the melee back quicker. So, like, that plays into that too,
it
apparently.
rewards skill at the same time.
Yeah, I
Fair
think
player,
before we
join,
move on to
hello.
Titans
Blitz
and-
D,
sorry,
join,
Titans, We'll
hello.
get to you in a second. Really cool exotic. I do want to talk about Gambler's Dodge. In the last TWID, we talked about a bunch of abilities changes, exotic tuning, that kind of stuff. And we saw some chatter around Gambler's Dodge. It was updated and reworked, right?
Yeah, we have reworked Gambler's Dodge. So it's the energy you get when you dodge. It now scales on your melee stat, but you no longer have to dodge near enemies to get that energy. So I can dodge anywhere in the game. I don't have to worry about this invisible circle that's around me to know if I'm close enough. It is going to feel more consistent. If I build into melee, it's going to feel more powerful. There's also, Taylor, you were talking about the multiple charges, right?
So if you like our bar for a lot of the stuff is if you are at 70 stat, you'll get the full refund like you used to. But if you go beyond that, you'll actually get a little bit more, which most of the time doesn't matter. But like if you're using like a Fiddy Spade or any of the multi-melee things or Stasis Shurikens, it'll go up to like 1 1/3 charges. So you can keep that going even better if you're fully invested in melee. So you have like more reasons like to invest in it. If you want more melees, you want them to be more damaging, then you just go all in on that, and it will still do
like just so many shurikens.
Yeah.
Just an embarrassment of shurikens.
which is great. Like
Freeze everything in front of you. right?
exactly.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and then I won't be bothering you and saying, "Don't kill this thing. Let me do my dodge."
Yeah,
anytime.
you can just do it wherever you want.
So yeah, let's go on to Titans. So this one thematically, I think, for me at least, I'm just like, you're a Forge Master.
Yeah. So this is Melis Panoplia, which is an
A
exotic
hard name to say.
Yeah.
As we get deeper into Destiny, the names get a little. Yeah, but go ahead.
It's it's an exotic themed.
Collecting a fire sprite or rapid solar final blows make you a Forge Master, allowing you to recall your throwing hammer. So basically makes you Thor. So I'll be able to throw my hammer and then grab it, like call it back, like Thor does.
Around something that people have been asking for a long time, which is kind of the fantasy of Thor's hammer. Of I want to be able to pull my hammer back to me after I throw it. So there's like a little minigame loop here where you get a fire sprite, you pick it up, then you get a buff that lets you pull the hammer back to you. And if you pull the hammer back with good timing, it'll explode and to like solar shrapnel and hit stuff for like extra damage on the way back.
That's cool.
Kind of like how Hammer Saw works, and I think the hammer also will damage things on the return trip too. So if you position yourself well, you can actually like send it back through guys.
Line them up.
Back, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've wanted to do this for a long time, but it's been kind of a scary...
Complicated.
Yeah, it's hard to balance this sort of thing where it's like it returns all your energy, but it also, you can pull it back to you at any time. So Alex, our designer, really knocked it out of the park as far as
It came out so well.
the balance and the activator and the...
Performance.
Yeah, the performance.
Yeah. You were talking about the animation, right?
Yeah.
Before this.
I love the performance on this thing. We've got like this beat where it's like all this magnetic like handshaking. It feels so good. We actually did like a new tech thing on this where if you're like looking off to the side, we kind of move the player's hand a little bit so you're like still kind of actually pulling the hammer. And that's like the first time we've done that with like a world object, and it's very cool. It feels really good.
Awesome.
It's super satisfying.
Yeah, I think so. We're going to be getting into some more
That's quite
gameplay
dope.
and actual activity in a minute. But before we go, I do want to ask for stats. And actually, two things. With your exotics, there are going to be gear bonuses that you can build on top of, correct? And that's a new Armor 3.0 feature.
Yeah, so
Hi, everyone.
gear
Hello.
bonus is when a new armor set drops. If you have 2 or more pieces from that armor set, you will get an additional perk. If you have 4 or more pieces from that armor set, you will get another perk on top of that. So I could take 2 pieces from one set, 2 pieces from another set, and then an exotic. And I have like more perks than I've ever had before on my Guardian. And it's really enables you to expand your build crafting in new ways.
Yeah, I
It makes
think
it
we have an example of this in the build right now. If gameplay
Seems the
specialists could
throwback's
inspect
a
an
bit
armor piece.
inconsistent.
You can see, yeah, here's some of the destination armor bonuses that you can get.
Force converter. After a final blow with any rocket or grenade launcher, sprint for a short time to gain a speed booster. 4 pieces of reactive booster once per activation. Force converter sprinting while at critical health. Being suspended or being slowed by stasis effect will immediately grant speed booster. Lame.
Yeah, so at 2 pieces we have force converter. At 4 pieces we have reactive.
I mean, hopefully there'll be some cooler stuff,
Sorry, go
but
for it.
just
Okay,
speed
I was just gonna
boosting
say, like,
is
so,
not
yeah,
that
these
cool.
are unique to the armor set itself. Something more than just like cosmetics that you might want out of these.
Gives you another reason to like go to
Right.
a specific place and pursue a specific armor set besides just fashion. Although fashion is still very
Although
important.
You can
Very
still
important.
use your armor synthesis and
yeah.
put the looks on these.
Yeah, and I mean, we also get to make perks that are like, I'm the this guy, you know, because you're investing so heavily in the force 4-piece perk. But what's really cool about this is like, I think this is going to be very cool at live when we like launch. But I think in like 2, releases or whatever, just a little bit in the future, we're going to see people go like, hey, remember that armor that I
Mixing,
got?
like something from 2 seasons ago.
Right, the
with now.
2-piece perk from Kepler is really cool with whatever, and we're really excited about that.
Yeah, and then the second piece of this is going to be for the stats rework. Some of the fragments are going to be reworked as well to adopt new stats or change, right?
Yeah, so fragments still can adjust your stats up or down depending on your build. And some of these, because we've deprecated some of our
This is going to completely
perks,
rework
or
people's
stats,
builds too,
some of these are new.
which
Like,
I
we're
feel
gonna
like
have,
some people
some
will
of
be
these
like,
have
cool,
weapon
new,
stats,
fresh.
which never
And then
have
some will be
gotten
like,
before,
fuck,
which,
bro, like,
just opens up
the
new
amount of
build
shit I have to
crafting
go through and
avenues.
fix up.
We're gonna kind of wait and see how this lands, how the dust settles for all of the.
I love how
all of
they
the
like
stack
spec
stuff
into
before we,
resilience,
go in and
being
adjust
like
these
making you a
further,
tank,
but
and now they're just
yeah,
completely
I think
removing it because
players
it's
have a lot
probably
of different ways
too overpowered.
to, build out their stats and become
Still keeping an
the
open
grenade
mind,
master,
but
the weapon master,
I don't like
whatever
change
they
as much as the next human
So
being.
quick shout out, Dark Slifer, Childish CG, and Snivvyland for those last 2 questions. They actually asked them ahead of time. Feel free to keep dropping questions in chat. I'm glancing down here every so often. Now it is time to move on and let's talk about some new stuff. Vivian,
He
you
spilled
have
some
been
stuff on it,
very
but it's
excited
fine.
about a new weapon archetype
It's
that is
okay,
coming
honey.
with the Edge of Fate.
I sure am. For centuries, humanity has wondered, like, what would a legendary bow look like in the heavy slot? And today I have your answer. For Edge of Fate, we are building a crossbow. It plays like a new archetype, but it is technically.
See, a while ago, I thought a crossbow would be a cool idea. As someone who plays Dark Souls and Elden Ring, shit like that, I thought a crossbow would be a cool idea to implement into the game, right? And everyone's like, just Buried Bloodline's a crossbow. I'm like, no, it's not. It's a fucking sidearm. That doesn't count. This is a fucking crossbow.
Technically a bow for the purposes of,
Eat my
it's
dick,
gonna
Buried
fill all your
Bloodline
bounties, that
people
kind of
that
stuff.
told me that it's a
Now,
fucking crossbow.
so when we went to go make this, we knew it was a very cool fantasy,
Pickle
right?
Drip joined,
We wanted
Goth
the feeling
Mama
of, like,
joined,
really drawing
Ash
it back
joined.
and
Hello,
hitting a single
everyone.
target and doing a ton of damage. But we do have linear fusion rifles, right? And that's always the question, is like, what does this do that's different? What's the fun gameplay here? And we settled on, well, when you shoot that big heavy bolt and it hits your target, you can just go pick it back up. So this thing, theoretically, is a heavy weapon with unlimited ammo. You can use the same bolt for an entire Nightfall if you want. I would love to see someone do that. Go clear a dungeon without ever using anything else or whatever, It's very cool. You have to put yourself in danger, you have to go grab it, but it's just such a satisfying loop to just like pull it out of some, dead hive, just put it in the rail, pull it back, use the same bolt to shoot someone else. It's great.
I saw in last week in a PvP playtest, I saw someone run the entire map with a single bolt, and they just kept it alive for minutes on end.
That was me. I'm sorry.
I can hear the PvP mans, like, when you said infinite heavy ammo, they're like, excuse me?
Yeah,
but it's like, you gotta go
You
pick
gotta
that
go
thing up.
get it. Yeah. So it's not free, but it is very potent.
Yeah, and in PvP, you only get the one. You gotta get the headshot, and it's very funny. It ends up being like this game of like keep away, where you're like, we cannot let Taylor get near this thing.
So as we're going into this activity, we'll get some gameplay footage. This is a good example of the portal system that we'll be talking about
There's an
next
arc
week
one
on
as well.
July 1st. Make sure to tune
But it's listed as again, it might change, but like it's listed as a bow symbol. It should be its own symbol. But I mean, still pretty cool.
But we're going to be taking some content from just the history of Destiny, and it will be in the portal to go in and play. Power progression, we'll be talking about that next week, so stay tuned for that. Vivian, back to the heavy crossbow, though. You were talking about this being legendary, so that means random rolls, and you had mentioned bolts.
Yes, yeah. So we had a really fun opportunity.
Oh, it's not an exotic? It's a legendary weapon? Interesting.
This where we go to the talent grid, and we always want to make stuff kind of like new and different. And we got to the talent grid, and we were like, this thing does not have a magazine. We cannot put magazines on this, right? And it gave us the opportunity to like really go, what would like a different magazine plug system look like? And so what we ended up going for is like, we have bolt types, And the bolt types, instead of just being stats, they're going to alter the way the bolt actually behaves out in the world.
Yeah.
So we've got, one of them is like explosive bolt, where it's gonna put in a target, it'll like beep, 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 and it'll just explode. Kind of like a grenade launcher. And then we have, my personal favorite is that we have serrated bolts. I remembered to say the shipping name this time.
Oh, you can say, yeah.
used
If
to
it
be
doesn't have
tactical.
3 names, it's not real game dev.
Yeah.
I never know when things go live. I never know. I'm like, oh, you guys know better than I do
But
the
yeah,
names.
go ahead.
But yeah, so we have serrated bolts, and you can put like the bolt in a target with serrated bolts, and you can normally draw them back out of living targets, but if you have serrated bolts, they're gonna deal damage on the exit too. And it is so satisfying to like land the final hit with the pull, and you just pull back your bolts and you get them, and they just go flying.
I'll take
It's
that
great.
back. Yeah,
Yeah.
when you first brought this up, I was just like, that's so metal. Like,
Yeah.
gimme.
It's something.
Really quick, just on the topic of ammo, there are new ammo meters. Bjorn, we were going to talk about this in the firing range, shooting range, but we actually have some live gameplay where we can see these meters working out. Can you talk us through what is this new system, how does it work, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so there's been a pretty big shakeup in the way that ammo works in the game, where in the past it wasn't really anything that you had
JJ
too much
joined the
control
live,
over,
hello.
but now
Mad
it
joined the
is
live,
something
hello.
that you have like a lot of control over and a lot of build crafting hooks to optimize or like make your own. And it almost like kind of works like an ability or like a super does now, where it lives in your weapon tray. You can see there below the weapons on kills and assists with anything that'll tick up. And then when you hit full, the next kill will drop you a brick of that type. So there's a lot of things you can do now that you can build into to like have a lot more control over the pacing of when you're getting that.
Sweet.
And like there's a bunch of armor mods that exist now that like pretty much all the things that used to be finders or inventory now fit into ammo generation, which is like a new weapon stat. So players have a lot of different ways to kind of build around that, depending on like.
Snowman's
if you have a
go,
really
welcome
special
back.
weapon, then you have some options now
Yeah.
to actually make that easier to feed.
And we'll be talking about this in depth in a future Twitter blog, so stay tuned for that, especially PvP heads. I've already seen conversation from our content creator videos going out. But before we get out of combat, I do want to talk about, alongside the new weapon archetype of the crossbow, we have some new weapon frames coming to the game.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. So, let's start with the
Oh,
hand cannon.
new
All right.
weapons.
Yeah, so we have the spread shot hand cannon. It's like a big, chunky, beefy hand cannon that fires shotgun pellets. Very close range, but hard hitting. 2-tap PvP. I'm a little afraid of that, but I'm sure it'll be
Close
great.
range, right?
Yeah,
Like-
it's very limited. It's like a sidearm, like big punchy sidearm, but like even less range than a sidearm. But like less precision reliant.
This thing has become my baby.
Jesus Christ. Look at 3 perks, bro. What the shit are they doing to the game? Oh my god.
Yeah,
I love this thing.
it's pretty great.
It's kind of like having like a sawed-off
Yeah.
that's like a primary ammo, and it is just so good if you play aggressive or you use like other abilities to hit people.
It's
or
really
just
good
want
as like a
people-
mixer in between other stuff.
Right, and that's exactly how I play, so I love this thing.
And second, so shout out to Sammy Cat, resident bow lover. She does full solo dungeons, HUD off, bows only.
One thing that I've just noticed as well, they've kept using, unless I've been not seeing it, they keep using like subclasses. I want to see what this fucking heavy and special ammo look like with the, where's the transcendent bar going? Like, it's, I
We have
don't
a new
know.
bow frame that's going to be coming.
Yeah, so we made
Nick
a
joined,
warbow,
hello.
which is like
Nick is my name.
big, heavy warbow. Even slower draw than Precision's, but more damage, and it
Buggy.
has intrinsic
Shaniqua.
over-penetration. So if you line up a bunch of Thrall and you like hip fire a full draw, it'll just go straight through all of them with one shot.
I love that our damage numbers have been squished a little bit, so they actually mean something now. Because if you look
Yeah.
at how much damage this bow is doing compared to like each one of those pellets in the hand cannon.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Like when like in the live game where it's like I did 20,000 damage with a shot. It's like
Yeah,
the
it's hard to
numbers-
compare.
Yeah, start to be
Right.
meaningless. But for me, we've just changed so much, and I can't overstate like how. Yeah, how much has changed and how this game is I guess evolving.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of those changes are like, they go hand in hand, right? Like us changing the stats around, you know, us making new builds possible. A lot of these changes are all like, they're all going to kind of combine to create something new.
Yeah. Did you see that front shielded ogre?
Oh,
With
boy.
we have a new. We'll talk about this next week.
Yeah.
But the new Banes are incredible. I'm very excited for players.
Oh boy, yeah.
play with.
New Banes, new modifiers, all that kind of stuff. And then the final weapon we got on tap is going to be a special weapon, another burst, shoots explosives.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
So
A rocket
I know a lot of
pulse
people are
rifle.
big fans of rocket-assisted sidearms. Now we have a rocket-assisted frame pulse rifle. So that fits a similar role, but a little bit different. It's a little more ammo hungry than the sidearms. Got a bit more range and hits a bit harder. So it kind of fits in between like a fusion rifle and a sniper rifle. Also kind of fires a little bit differently than pulse rifles, which is interesting, just because like all of our pulse rifles have like different burst delay, but when you're firing each pulse, they all have like the same rate of fire. So this, instead of being like the brr, it's like a bop bop bop. So it feels heavier and it's firing these like big, slower projectiles. So it feels chunkier.
Thank you for doing a Dave Samuel
Yes.
impression there.
I aspire to greatness.
Yeah.
This thing is like real cool, it's real heavy, but it's also like, you know, like we said, it's like pretty ammo hungry. One of the cool things about 900 is like we have the ammo stat, you know, you can build into that, you can eliminate that downside, and now you can see it working.
Yeah, same for the longbow too. Like there were some perks on the random rolls that you can go in, less than the draw time. Like sure, it's still going to be a little bit slow fiery, heavy hitting, but there's a bunch of ways that you can build craft and tune these things to feel good for your playstyle.
Like you have like one for all or other things that care about hitting multiple targets.
Yeah, right. So as we're going through this transition, we actually have a bunch more to cover, and gear tiering has been top of mind for a lot of players ever since our reveal stream. So Eric, I'd love to dive in and just revisit what's the
DJ
high-level
joined,
vision
hello.
statement for gear tiering and how we're getting players reinvested in some of that.
Yeah, so gear tiering enables players to look at a piece of gear at a glance and like understand how powerful it is. So you can see those kind of 5 icons or 5 little dots there. This is a 5th tier armor piece we're looking at. And the stat package or the stat pool that each piece gives is going to depend on the tier. So you can see at tier 1 is going to drop between 52 and 57 stat totals. And then at tier 5, you are guaranteed 75 stats plus stat tuning, which lets you kind of add some.
Yeah, shout out to, there were a bunch of folks that were asking, what are stat bands? Because in the game right now, it's what is low to a given player. Like 62
Can you keep
feels low,
going?
but an actual definition is like 58 or lower.
Yeah.
In the game now, we have UI that tells you exactly what are the stat bands for each of the tiers, so you know what you're looking for as you're trying to build
thought
the
you were
200
full.
or 150
Yes,
or
I'm
whatever you're looking for.
I'm not going
I'm
to
sorry.
do
Oh,
this.
go ahead.
I love that we did this because this is the
Wait,
most
just
common
putting it all
question
together
I
or
get in my
something?
clan that I answer,
wanna try
and I
this.
love that you can just go see it now.
Yeah, having information in the game is great. I think the biggest thing about this is that because the bands are a lot narrower, you have a much better expectation of what you're getting like before you even start the activity. So, like I know a lot of people like you go into a master dungeon to farm some artifice armor, and you don't know if you're going to get like 55 or 70. Yeah, it's like an extremely wide range, but like that takes a lot of time and effort to get through. So now it's just like you're going into like the toppest end difficulty thing to get tier 5s. You know exactly what you're getting.
Yeah.
So
and with,
it's significantly more likely that when you get your drop, it's going to be something valuable. It might not be valuable to your exact build, but it will be valuable. It'll be the stats total that you want.
Yeah, yeah. Eric?
yeah, and with the new portal system, which we'll talk about next week, you're going to have a score goal that you want to hit to get that exact armor piece, and it's like more targeted farming or more targeted. If I want to chase a certain thing,
Sunday
like I
join,
know what I
hello.
have to do to get it, and when it drops, I know
Yeah, I'm
what
probably
it's gonna
we're
give
probably
me,
gonna have to rework a
as
bunch
far
of shit.
as
Aren't we?
the total value, right?
Yeah.
And it's just much more clear. and exciting. So.
And go ahead.
I really like, we're mousing over here, the armor archetype. We now like display what things are going to be high on it and what things are going to be low. And they're like a little further apart where things are going to be spikier now.
People
And so,
asking if it's a smart TV don't realize that if it was a smart TV, I would have fucking said it's a smart
Kind of
TV.
like going to be good at.
People are so
You see
stupid.
that like at the like.
Those
your main
people are probably
inventory
the
level,
same
too, so you're just,
people
like, mousing over,
that
like, oh, I
go
just got a bunch of drops, like,
behind
cool,
my
is
old
it
house
gunner,
instead of
is it
the
grenadier?
correct
Like,
street
then
because
what
I
is the
can't
thing that I want?
fucking
You can use it
read.
as, like, a quick reference rather than needing to go all the way into inspection and see like the exact stats.
And the last
Hello,
detail
I'm
on
here.
tier 5 for armor, we mentioned
Oh,
this in
are you?
the reveal
What
stream,
street are
but,
you on?
You can get to 11 energy for your armor, so it helps with build crafting.
I
You
am
can get
such
more
an
of those
angry
armor
person.
mods.
Hello, Ashley. How you doing?
It goes to 11 now.
Yeah, right.
Crank it. It
So
doesn't
switching
matter,
over to
yeah.
weapons, though, I would love to. We have some examples of
order
tier
pizza.
1, tier 3, and tier 5 weapons to show what is that progression looking like.
Yeah, similarly, when a weapon drops, I'm able to just glance at it and be like, oh, tier 1 weapon, it's going to have base stats, it's going to have a limited perk pool there. But then you can see at tier 3, we now have 2 enhanced traits. We have some of our columns are going to have more perk options in them. And then tier 5, so this is a tier 3. And then tier 5 is going to have even more. Like, look at the options here, and so much enhancement. And we
tier
have
4 you get the enhanced weapon mods too.
right.
Yeah, kind of like
That's
how armor
wild,
is, like,
bro.
you have much
So much
better
shit's gonna get
understanding of,
deleted,
like,
I swear to
when
God.
Starting an activity, what is the expectation?
The fact
of
that I
things
can
you're
go from a 2 perk with like 1, maybe 2 to like this shit. I wonder if this is gonna completely kill crafted weapons unless they implement this into crafted weapons.
getting. This, like, the multi-perk and the enhanced perks kind of work for that too. So the odds of you getting that like specific god roll or multi-god roll, if you're looking for like the combo PvP, PvE weapon, are
we're
a lot higher than like in past activities where you're just getting, okay, I'm gonna get 1 adept with 1 trait in each column.
Yeah, and we're adding a lot of depth. Like as we were hovering over those enhanced perks, they have additional things that they can do, whether it be stats or power for the perk. We're putting all of these details into the game so people know as they're getting into this depth, they can hover over these things, understand all the different stats. We'll, of course, have blog components. We'll have some guides that our players make, our creators make. We'll blast those out. But we're hoping to bring more of these sorts of things into the game to make it easier to understand. So,
Yeah, that said, if you have a great weapon drop that, dropped this season or 5 seasons ago, if it's a good roll, it's a good roll. Like, it's, just because it doesn't necessarily adhere to the tier system doesn't mean it is not equal or greater value.
Yeah, we'll
there
see
was
about
this
that, buddy.
Really funny reference that Mactix made, one of our creators, where he had this beautiful giant sword, and he's like, "This is what I got today, and it has perfect rolls for a rocket launcher, et cetera, et cetera. And here's my new tier 1 weapon that doesn't really have good perks. Like, what are you going to use?"
Yeah.
So to answer the question, Shadow on Blue Sky was asking, are my weapons that I have right now or armor, like, is that going to be viable in high-end content? And the answer is, of course. There are going to be a couple things in here that add incentive to try out new things, but Vivian, you had kind of framed it as a cherry on top, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And it's also like a way to, in the past, sometimes like the best way to get your path to power was like to do a lot of something. But now if you like do really hard activities as well, we're also just kind of rewarding you for the time there.
Yeah. So right at the
Talk
9.
about
go
future
ahead.
gear stuff in relation to this.
Yeah, we will in a second, but I just wanted to touch on right at the 9. Some folks were asking, like, what do these equate to in the tier system? And when you get an adept right at the 9 weapon, both of your columns are enhanced, all that kind of stuff. Like, it looks like a tier 3. It's going to feel like a tier 3 for a while. So there is a good handshake as you're going into Edge of Fate. But yeah, the last thing for tier 5 gear, I would like to show the cosmetic treatment that we've been doing. We showed this in the reveal stream, but tier 5s have an awesome new shader treatment and also kill effects.
Yeah, so these
Oh
basically
yeah, I
on
forgot
the
about that. They're with the new guns, they're adding like unique shaders for them, and also kill effects. So like when you kill enemies, they can like have like effects on them when they die.
weapons, they'll come with
Interesting.
like fancy shader on it, and then something almost kind of similar to what we do with Sweaty Confetti, but now it's like a specific slot where it gets a custom kill effect that only comes on the tier 5 variant.
Yeah, and you can see with gear tiering, it's kind of learning a bunch of lessons through the years of Destiny. Like, kill effects are really cool. Players like this. Now we have a new slot for it. Players really like hollow foils as a chase in the game right now, and now we have tier 5s where you get sort of a hollow foil style treatment for it. So it's been really cool to watch y'all develop this over time.
Why?
But to your point, this actually is a good segue into the next section where we're talking about new and featured gear and our artifact. So Eric, if you want to take the stage, what is new or featured gear?
Yeah, so our new gear, when we drop new weapons and armor for a season or for a release, that is going to get a bonus. It's going to be a little bit stronger than your other options. So on the armor side, you are going to get a damage resistance bonus per piece you have equipped, and that is, it kind of scales by gear tier. So if I have 5 tier 1 armor pieces, I'm going to have 5% damage resistance against, you know, everything.
You found him?
But if I have 5 tier 5 gear pieces, I'm going to have 15% damage versus everything. So I guess, yeah. So it is something that
$26
allows me you have equipped.
Years of Destiny. Like, kill effects are really cool. Players like this. Now we have a new slot for it. Players really like hollow foils as a chase in the game right now, and now we have tier 5s where you get sort of a hollow foil style treatment for it. So it's been really cool to watch y'all develop this over time. But to your point, this actually is a good segue into the next section where we're talking about new and featured gear and our artifact. So Eric, if you want to take the stage, what is new or featured gear?
Yeah, so our new gear, when we drop new weapons and armor for a season or for a release, that is going to get a bonus. It's going to be a little bit stronger than your other options. So on the armor side, you are going to get a damage.
God, it's too much, bro.
She's telling us call them to buy the takeaway can be
cheaper.
Cheaper.
Cheeky. Very cheeky.
Yeah. But very smart.
Very smart. 26. Realistically.
Yes.
Buying a pizza from Pizza Hut and picking it up is only $10.
$10? No, it's $20.
No, buying a pizza, ordering it through the Pizza Hut app and picking it up is only $10.
Really? But why here is $19?
They need to charge more. Just because it's Uber. Uber takes a portion of the cut, so they charge more. Which is why it's also cheaper to get that from them directly instead of Uber. Yeah. How else is Uber meant to make their money?
We can go get it.
I don't know if I can be fucked going to get it.
Up to you, Papa. I know I go to the store to order takeaway would be more cheaper, but I just don't want to move.
Yeah.
Check the bank again.
Yeah.
Not enough?
Probably better to pick it up.
Order it, I will pay it.
It's okay, Papa.
You need to eat, Papa.
I know.
You order it, I will pay for it.
It's fine. We'll just pick it up.
Your tongue so long. I will pick it up.
Bruh.
Huh? Delivery.
Yeah, it's still.
Check how much.
You have to spend a minimum of $20.
$20.
cheeky. So cheeky. Bleh.
And try and then let me know. You
What?
need help in here. But not going to pick up. I can order it, but not going to. If I go there to pick up, I will say feel sorry for myself. I'm going to wash my hands.
Alright, Bubba.
Resistance bonus per piece you have equipped, and that is, it kind of scales by gear tier. So if I have 5 tier 1 armor pieces, I'm gonna have 5% damage resistance against, you know, everything. But if I have 5 tier 5 gear pieces, I'm gonna have 15% damage versus everything. So I guess, yeah. So it is something that allows me to have a little bit of an edge. You know, it's a very small amount. It's a min-max sort of situation where if I wanted to wear stuff that is not in the new gear pool, like I am not at a huge detriment.
Right.
But
Something that gives you like that little bit of edge to like inch out into like the highest tier stuff when you like really need.
Angel join, hello. Toji join, hello.
Yeah, speaking of damage, so you can see that the
join,
max
hello.
is actually
Elena
10%.
join,
This is a
hello.
clarification. We invited some folks into the studio to look through all of this. The original number was 15%. It's actually 10% on your additional damage when you get all your tier 5 weapons equipped. So again, cherry on top, where it kind of gives you that edge and also
Yeah,
gives
Bob.
you a way, kind of like in earlier
$11.50.
releases where you walk out to
Take
the
it
tower
a-
and you're wearing all your
a
raid
pizza
gear.
from
You're kind
Pizza
of
Hut
like
and go pick
peacocking,
it up.
as y'all have framed it.
Wow,
And now it's, oh, hey, I have all
really?
tier 5 gear. This shows like, not only have I mastered this content, but I've earned a bunch of really cool stuff, gotten all the gear I want, and now I can carry
I'll
my
go
team
pick it
through.
up soon.
So,
But you stream.
when it comes
That's
to the new gear as
You
well,
can-
what's the
you
way
can
that you
entertain
identify
them or
that as a
something.
player?
Okay, Papa.
yeah, so if you see that little kind of teal icon in the top left corner of the armor piece, that
What are you
is going to
smelling my fingers for?
that's going to tell me
Because
that it is
sometimes you
in the
do.
new gear pool.
So I'm gonna smell it,
it's not
but I
only
can't.
gear from
No.
So I
this
smell-
season
I haven't been.
or release, but it is also
That's
gear. It's like a collection of exotic pieces as well.
Yeah,
So-
we hop into the collections really quick. There's actually a new section that's going to show, here's our featured gear. So if you have some things from previous releases, those are going to be a part of the build crafting as well.
Correct.
A note for any newer players or returning players, some of these things are actually like, you can go to Zerg, try to grab those. You can go into Ride of the Nine. Emissary is going to have a few things like Graviton Lance. That's a great thing to pick up before this new release starts, so then you have a little bit of an edge going in.
Yeah, you know, if y'all screenshot this, you can start hunting this stuff down right now, right?
Yeah, and we will have follow-up blogs where we're going to go line by line. I understand, like, this stream has a lot of data. It has a lot of numbers, that kind of stuff. Big lists of gear. We'll have a full bulleted list, not just in TWIDs, but in patch notes as we keep going. So I think with that, we can go into the artifact as well.
Cool.
Yeah, so the artifact this time around, we're going and we're exploring Kepler. So kind of going with that theme is we wanted this to be kind of like, scout the wild frontier. And so to that end, it's kind of a little longer range weapon-wise than some of our recent artifacts. One of the other themes that we wanted to get was this is gonna be me and my fire team, So if you're scouting solo, we have stuff for solo. If you're scouting as a group, we have stuff as a group. Then lastly is we made this artifact a little more weapons focused than we maybe normally do, because we wanted to kind of
Interesting.
yeah. So the artifact this time around,
So we got Barrier, Pulse, and Scout. Unstoppable Hand Cannon and Sidearms. Unstoppable Sniper. Overload Shotgun. Overload Auto and SMG. Some Strand, Stasis, and Solar. stasis armor. I can't remember the name of it. Grenades and class ability. Something to do with scouts, sidearms, more stasis. Super, maybe? Feel like we've seen that before. More solar stasis and strand. Probably a champion related one, I think. Or like a solo fire team thing. Precision weapons, question mark. Maybe precision weapons, maybe ability? I don't know. Strand. No clue. No clue.
We're going and we're exploring Kepler. So kind of going with that theme is we wanted this to be kind of like, scout the wild frontier.
Yeah.
And so to that end, it's kind of a little longer range weapon-wise than some of our recent artifacts. One of the other themes that we wanted to get was this is gonna be me and my
All
fire
scavenger
team,
mods are
So if
discounted.
you're scouting solo, we have stuff for
Dealing sustained precision damage against combatants while near 2 or more allies grant you damage resistance. Interesting.
solo. If you're scouting as a group, we have stuff as a group. Then lastly is we made this artifact a little more weapons focused than we maybe normally do, because we wanted to kind of highlight that kind of the Guardian's kit, kind of down to earth, kind of grit thing. Some of my favorite perks in these are in the 5th column. There's that first one is Radiant Shrapnel, and this is gonna add an additive shrapnel burst when you're killing guys when they're radiant.
Oh yeah, let me just read it because they're going really round about it. Dealing sustained weapon damage while radiant or defeating a scorched combatant with a weapon causes their target to release solar projectiles that deal damage and scorch and impact. That's pretty wild.
Or when you're radiant or they are scorched. And I actually really like that we pay out scorched a little.
Rapid precision hits with solar weapons grant radiant. Rapid precision hits with stasis weapons grant frost armor. That's the word. So they're trying to plan with a lot of solar and stasis this season.
Sometimes you can't quite get that ignition,
So
and
that's going to pair really well with the
Mach
Warlock
yo.
exotic.
Hello.
Oh yeah. You could scorch a bunch of guys and then you can cause them to alt burst. It's very cool. The 4th one in this column also is a favorite of mine. It's Tangled Web.
Creating a tangle by defeating a strand debuff target suspends nearby combatants.
And this is going to suspend everyone when you generate a tangle via combat. And normally we do that effect, we reserve that effect for breaking the tangle, right? And now it's on creation, and it leads to a very fun situation where you can just kind of walk up and take it, and you're like, thank you guys, I'll be back. And they can't do anything, and it kind of gets you there faster if you're not using grapple grenade or something.
It works really well with the Hunter Exotic.
It also works really well with the Hunter Exotic. It's lots of fun.
Awesome. Yeah, I think, so there's a question from V Ferrer sorry if I pronounced that wrong, asking, are there going to be more seasonal mods? And with the artifact, you can see next major update, there's going to be another row, as people know. With the featured gear, there's also going to be added exotics to that pool. And Bjorn, I believe we are also making some new seasonal mods that'll be released over time, correct?
Yeah, kind of in the same way that we did last season, where we had the Taken theme set of weapon mods. We'll have the same thing for this release's theme. That you can find those out as they come.
Perfect. All right. Well, wow. I believe we are at the end of the stream. Thank you so much for joining us on the couch. Everybody out there, thank you so much for joining us during this live stream to see what we have to offer. We do have another live stream next Tuesday, July 1st, same time, same place, different cast. Sorry, I'll invite you back soon. But we're going to be talking Portal Power Progression. So what are you playing? How are you earning things? How are you getting up to these tier 5s? And also, how are you customizing your experience in the Portal with new Banes, new modifiers, all that kind of stuff? Just because this is information heavy, as I mentioned, we do have a slate of blog content that'll be coming live. We'll have a recap on Thursday. We have a standalone next Wednesday that'll talk a little bit more about gear tiering. Next Thursday, we'll also have another recap for that stream and additional sandbox information. And then we keep marching into launch with more patch note previews, gear previews, all that kind of stuff. So outside of the full suite of gear you'll be earning on Kepler, bunch of stuff to discover. So thank you so much again for joining. This has been a fun stream. And as we leave, we're going to toss you over to our good friend Fallout. He's going to be talking through a bunch of what we said today. He was one of the creators that we invited to Bungie with hands-on, so he can explain some things. And we'll be collecting questions throughout the rest of the day to answer in the Twit. Thanks so much for joining, and we'll see you next time.
Doesn't have the same effect as it does on Twitch. Anyway, that's the live stream, everyone. That's the live stream. Yeah, I feel like the webcam's like... not central enough. That's probably better. Yeah. Anyway. Skullbits joined. Ali joined. Peak joined. Benji joined. Jay joined. Hello, everyone. Sleepy, Baba. Gonna take a nap. Take a nap on the bed. Tired?
I drove an hour today.
Wow.
15 minutes there, 30 minutes back.
Probably also the beer. I've had 2 beers. I wish I could drink.
You could not.
I know.
Let me know. We can go together.
I'm gonna go now.
Okay.
You can nap, Papa.
You need me.
I do, but you need to sleep. It's fine. It's ready in like 3 minutes. Somebody, hello kitty, hello monkey. I'm gonna play some of my YouTube montages while while we wait. Yeah, I just want to see if Aztecross made anything on this stuff. Alright. So let's check out a few of these when I get back from Aztecross. Okay. Where's my fucking... There we go.
Hey Shadows, long time no see. This is just a
We're
quick
gonna
little
watch
montage
about, like,
because I've been streaming a lot more
six
lately. You can skip the
Aztecross,
montage,
or
it's
skim
got a
through
little
them
thing here or
anyway.
something. But I've been streaming
But I'm gonna
Twitch
let
a
this
lot
play
more, basically every single day.
while
been doing it a lot more than YouTube, a lot more committed to it.
I go to the
Putting a
bathroom.
lot more hours
I mean,
in,
I
just an
go
hour
buy,
every single
go
day,
grab my pizza.
depending on how I'm feeling and everything like that. So I thought because I'm gonna be, I may or may not start gaming more on my Twitch as opposed to here. I thought I would do a Twitch montages as well, which maybe at some point will take over the standard montages that I used to do. But I don't know. We'll see how we go, to be honest with you. But anyway, enjoy this montage. Ideally, it's not necessarily going to be.
Oops.
It's not always going to be. Well, it depends. It's not always going to be the exact best and most funniest bits ever. But it's bits that I've clipped that I think are pretty funny, and also people have clipped as well, like followers and stuff like that. So yeah, I lost the clip of me getting Twitch affiliate, which would have been cool to put in here, but I basically just said oh shit a bunch of times because I was drunk as fuck. But anyway, hope you enjoyed these funny clips of me playing games by myself.
Yo,
Dylan,
Dylan, welcome.
They're going to be
Peace, you
about 10
joined, hello.
minutes a piece.
Alright, Shadows, I'm
basically.
gonna go get my
I've got a few other clips lined up, hopefully for a second one.
I'm gonna go get
pretty
my
quickly.
But
yeah,
pizza.
these are
I'll
just
be
a
back.
bunch of games all mashed up, and yeah, I hope you guys enjoy it. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
And if you want to check out my Twitch,
Hop into bed.
twitch.tv/shadow666. Put it somewhere here. It'll also be in the link in the
It's fine.
description.
I can go by
So
myself.
feel free to please follow, and then you'll get email notified anytime I'm online. Or if you want to subscribe to support me, that's
fine.
fucking sweet. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Or if you want to donate to, you know, throw me a bone, so to speak, from time to time, that'd be also awesome as well.
Videos of me.
Yeah. Enjoy
With
the
the
montage. Let me know what you guys think, and feel free to drop any feedback as well. So hopefully I'll see you guys in stream. Bye.
You wanna come with? No, look at me.
Oh my god. Holy fucking shit.
Old clips.
No, I just got it.
Center of attention.
Damn it.
We're in the lead.
What a waste of a bullet.
Enemies on the way to the win. We lost the lead.
Jesus Christ. And I'm dead. Like. Oh, what? Sorry about what? Fucking bullshit, cunt. Blocked every single fucking attack. And fucking got me through a wall. Absolute fucking bull. I'm gonna go kick his fucking ass. Fuck that. Oh, you don't suck, Morby. I love you. You're really good at drifting, Morby. Oh my god, I killed it in one hit. Are you serious? Oh my god, that was fucking beautiful. That was fucking beautiful. Holy shit. Oh, I wish I could screen cap that, but I'm streaming so I can't. Oh my god.
Anyway, guys, I might leave. I'm getting pissed off. Doom, I might play with you tomorrow. Well, actually, I will play with you tomorrow. For sure. I am! I'm giving up! I'm giving up, man! I'm giving up! This game is pissing me off for once. I've never gotten so mad. I don't 1v1 me, bro! 1v1 me!
Huh?
Oh yeah? What, like I said, 1v1 me, noob. 1v1 me! 1v1 me! 1v1 me! Oh my god!
You can't use your pajama gun outside.
She's just better, it's more tactical, it's more realistic!
And you don't have to change.
Jesus Christ.
I know
I'm not raging, I'm just...
Fuck that.
You took care of your looking, Papa.
Oh no!
We'll walk around in my pajamas outside.
How about fucking no! 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 What? Fuck that shite. Whoa! Could you fucking not? What the fuck was that?
Just
With my Havel shield. Because walking across here, cinematic as fuck. Where's my smelter? There we go. Oh! Oh! What? 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 What the fuck? What? What? There's no wrong with my mission. What should I do, guys? Let me know. I'm gonna kill these super mutants while you decide. Wow. What the fuck was that? Great. Now I'm limping. This. Whoop. Hi.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Fucking hell, mate. Oh.
Old
That
me.
fucking got the blood pumping in it. Holy fucking shit. If you guys could see the stream now, holy shit.
What, my like
What the fuck? Wait, Christian, come to me. Am I swimming to you? I'm coming to you. Am I swimming?
No. You are quite high though. You're just running very slowly.
Oh mate, I'm gonna
Where's the
quickly.
pilot?
Oh, I can't record it because I'm fucking. Been a long time. Should've left you. Lapo beach dip do dip 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 do. Hello, princess. How does the taste of my bitch? What? Oh, nice. Oh shit. That's fucking old.
Maybe the armored vault suit will help you out there, huh?
Ooh.
That'll be good for the book. In fact, want to help me with the research? I can pay you, and it'll be fun.
Sweet. What's this book you're working on?
Well, it's a dangerous place out there in the wastes, right? People could really use a combination of good advice, like a wasteland survival
Or a
guide.
porn compilation.
For that, I need an assistant.
I'm sorry.
They're here!
Oh.
They might.
Skip that, 'cause I felt
Yeah,
like you were
Ying
gonna
went to the door
react
to
like
the right.
JJ, you're playing a bad game here, buddy. I can't teabag all the time. Oh, I can see your cool looking gun in your fucking pocket. That's nice.
Thank you.
What? Are you talking to your skill friends again?
I just realized I could see his like colored pistol in his pocket. The fact that it's scanned is nice.
That's a really bad joke, Christian, mate. I don't know if you get it, but I said, "Oh, that's a nice gun in your pocket," and he said,
Boom.
"Are you talking
Oh
to
shit!
school
Wait, what the
friends?"
fuck?
Meaning like how an American
Blacksmith is raiding me, a party of 18. Holy shit, Blacksmith, you beautiful bastard, you. What are you doing, Ashley?
I'm playing casual.
Oh, Ashley.
Nice.
Mm. Nice, very nice. I've decided, fuck it, and I'll play a bit of Sophia. While I stroke my pussy.
That to you if I could.
Yeah.
And Rose has got
Oh,
11,000,
just imagine
she
that.
could give that to you.
Oh, that'd be
Being
cool.
able to just give money.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I'll be back.
Alright, guys.
Alright, guys.
I'm gonna
Alright,
bid you guys
stream.
adieu.
See you later.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. What the fuck is that? It's like squeaky noises from Christian's mic.
Ooh,
Ah! Oh my god.
Awesome.
Ah! It's off. I'm on fire to worry about.
Just about there. We're in.
So much for forgetting that lone wolf shit. Quick run!
Oh my god!
No! We got fucked!
Fuck! Oh, you serious?
No! Random fucking fuel rod cannon.
Ow.
Oh, sorry. Wrong button. That was fucking amazing. I was like, I went to dance like this was destiny, and somehow I ended up pulling the trigger on accident. And then I was like, oh shit, whoops. And then all you hear is a light humming in the background.
Oh my god,
oh, shit!
Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Hopefully you'll enjoy this and hopefully the next one that I'll release at some point soon when I've got another amount of videos. Yeah, so subscribe if you want to help me out, that'd be awesome. Subscribe if you enjoyed. Leave a like if you enjoyed the video as well. And make any comments or reviews or suggestions for the next one if you want. Follow my Twitch. Subscribe to my Twitch if you want to. I'd really fucking appreciate that. Donations are accepted, whatever. But yeah, thank you guys all so much for your love and support. And my channel is slowly growing. We're sitting at about like 186 followers on Twitch at the moment, and over 6,000 total like views, and 2 subs as well. So thank you guys so much for that. Hopefully we can reach 5 subs at some point, maybe 200 followers, maybe even maybe 10,000 views. Those are my goals. Or at least the step of the way anyway. So I thank you guys so much for watching. Every view, every like, every sub, every follow helps. Have a good day or night, guys. Catch you either later today or tomorrow on Twitch, probably. Bye. I don't want to.
I got up in the morning by 6 a.m.
Hey Shadows. Half asleep Shadow here. Just well, basically just saying to you guys, here's another montage of Twitch. I made another one. There's a lot of great moments that are starting to occur on Twitch because I'm playing it a lot more and it's just really fun. And a lot of followers are getting involved. My channel's growing, it's great. I haven't had any good sleep for the past like 2 or 3 days, so I feel like shit right now. Hope you next time. This one's gonna be a bit more simple, by the way. Just thought I'd let you know, no subtitles or anything, just trying different styles of the way that the montage is gonna be edited. So this is just gonna be simple. So hope you enjoy.
The randoms are the mine.
English?
Yes, I love it when the Twitch
when the
goes in
randoms
to
are
taste
operators
people.
that we need to be.
When the randoms that are a hard breach.
When the randoms.
Listen, English is not my first language. I'm fairly sure we've been over this before.
It's random season.
It's random season. Cunts be lorting in the cunts.
In the fucking car.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Fucking squawk!
And she's like, oh yeah, I was talking to your friend, and she named him. Like, oh, that cockhead. And she's like, oh, that's not nice. All he had to say was nice things about you. I'm like, fucking, you shouldn't have.
Well, that motherfucker clearly misunderstands our relationship.
Someone could take that. I don't like taking the diffuser.
You've still got the diffuser.
Yeah, it
Oh shit! No! 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 God, I'm still alive! No! No!
This is amazing!
Left, Zach!
No!
Yes! That was... Fuck.
This is hard to kill the cat. Hey, he took my rocket. Fuck you.
You mean my rocket?
Fuck off, dog.
I know what you're talking about.
You can take it, you can take it.
Back at checkpoint. Oh wait, no, wait, it's still here. Give it a fucking...
I didn't expect they would insta-kill you.
Huzzah! The floor, underneath you.
Go, 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 go! No, 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 no! Go, go, go! Yes, yes! Woo!
Yeah! Woo! The fucking clutch! Oh,
that fucking black bit, that buck.
You could have done it just staring at you. What the fuck? What an idiot! I mean, GG.
Hoorah!
Alright, till next time, I guess.
Tune in next time. Quick, 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 quick. No! Damn it.
Ins level.
Yeah. Come back here, you can't. I mean, good friend of mine. Oh, come on.
There was sentinel beams up here.
Hold still, you fucking twat.
He's just moving around on purpose.
No! You fucking suck.
Depends on what?
That all depends. Let's be honest. I would definitely.
Holy shit! I can't believe I landed.
I can't do anything.
You guys gotta do this. We're all here. He's going to that door.
This is bullshit.
Die, you fucking cunt!
Lost.
Fucking hell!
What is this bullshit? I punched him 3 times in a fucking row.
The fuck?
I heard this stuff too. All I heard was whack, whack, and actually comes up and fucking slaps his ass, gives him a fucking encouraging pat in the bum, and the cunt dies.
What the fuck was that, guys? Jesus Christ. Oh god, that's a fucking lovely sound.
That's what good pussy sounds like. Got him fucking good.
You fucking cheeky dog.
I can't believe you forgot about that meme. Oh.
Holy shit, dude. They just all funneled to that hole. Amazing. Look at all these bodies. Wow. Fucking hell. Seriously, how much cams can I put up? Can I put up one below the other? Oh, that's funny.
He's at like a little bit less than half health. I'm done.
Op 4, last stop standing. 15 seconds. 10 seconds to go. 5 seconds left. Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Yes!
Did you just pull it back?
Just, how did I fucking not die? Oh my heart.
I'm so proud of you.
Holy fucking
Yeah,
shit.
I was listening to all the shots, and I could hear you getting shot a lot, and I was like, no, no, no. And then when it was over, it sounded like we lost, and then you were like, whoa, and I was like, what happened? It was like, mission successful, Op 4 has been eliminated.
15 seconds remaining. Neutralize the
Yeah!
Op 4 eliminated.
Did I ace?
Fucking
No, I didn't.
pro.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so. But you fucking pulled that shit back though. Yeah, because there was only 4 of them when you got off your drone originally. Second floor B.
Where we going?
Who?
Out to dinner.
Not there.
Zach, I love you.
Not there.
Wait, what?
What happened?
No.
Where then? Where? Okay.
Oh,
wait, no. Should I go mute? I should go mute.
Turn around, stick it out, show me what
I'm
you
gonna go
got.
You can't. No, fuck me. You're a cunt.
What happened?
Not gonna lie, I would have preferred a mute in.
Who do you play, you dumb shit?
Why can't we just be a happy family?
Shut up, Ashley, and we'll sort this shit out. We'll be a
Suck
fucking
my
happy
dick!
family.
Mum wants to be fucking happy, but Mum can't be happy.
Mommy needs a bottle of wine before she's even thinking about being happy.
No, Mommy needs a good fuck, and Daddy ain't doing shit.
So that's why you need a bottle of wine. The milkman doesn't come round no more. It's not like the olden days. You don't get milk delivered to your fucking house. You have to go get that shit.
Fucking hell.
So might as well get a fucking
Yes,
bottle of wine.
I do. It's called Uber Eats, motherfucker.
Uber Eats doesn't deliver only things. We found this out. They don't deliver Coke. Well, order some Uber Eats milk and see how long it takes for the cunt to get here.
How about you just fuck me and we'll be
I'll
happy
sit here and I'll keep sipping my wine and we'll see who's happier when we go to bed.
I can't.
We're gonna go to bed. That's the fucking problem.
Stop.
Love me. Love me for who I am. It's not my fault my tits are saggy.
Stop. Stop.
When you have to breastfeed, when you have to breastfeed 5 fucking children, tell me how your tits feel.
Yeah. Well, whose fault was it? Genetics. When a kid with a 10-pound fucking head coming out of my vagina and fucking ruining it.
Yours, not mine, that's for sure.
You ruined it. I blame you. Why do you have such a big fucking head?
It's because I'm fucking black, isn't it?
Ow.
Because I'm black.
Yes,
it's
because you're black.
Dirty fucking black child kid. I'm dead smart.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna tell you, and I'm not gonna explain how we have an Asian child. Daniel.
Jesus Christ.
Ow.
Our child is Asian.
Yeah.
My face hurts. Stop. Ah.
Yeah, mine does too. Fucking Christ.
I think you need to explain to me how the fuck that happened.
Ow.
I cheated on the fucking milkman.
Oh god, stop.
Fuck the Uber Eats man.
Oh.
The Uber Eats man's Asian.
The Uber Eats.
The Uber Eats man came in like, oh hello sir, I have your food. No. And now she's sitting here, legs spread like, treat me like one of your French women. And he's like, money.
Fucking multiplayer.
Actually skinny.
Nothing but a heart.
Oh, because I dropped fat fucking.
Tell me
name.
why.
Ain't nothing but a
Yeah,
mistake.
you ain't fucking played multiplayer with me, mate. You don't know how good I
Tell
am.
me why.
I never wanted
There's a reason why I haven't played multiplayer with you.
say I want
Because you're fat, right?
Want it
Pretty much.
that way.
Boy, tell me why.
I mean, actually, if you want to carry, I'm not even kidding.
Hey, so I hope you guys enjoyed this this montage. Again, a lot of fun. We just continuously make more clips as we go, and no doubt there'll be a third one coming out at some point soon as well, because there's so much amazing moments that happen on Twitch, so much funny moments. This one was a little bit, it had longer clips, so the clips weren't as short as the last one, but I hope you still enjoyed them. If you have any feedback, please let me know. Some of the clips would have been a lot longer, but you can only do like a maximum of like a minute or 30 seconds or something like that with Twitch. And I tried to download the full stream to like get the full moment, like with my clutch as Twitch, but it just wouldn't let me do it. So you can watch the stream. You can still watch it on the channel, I believe, for a while. Check that out.
That was so
yeah.
sleepy. And you gave me this
Yeah, I'm gonna go. So please do like, share, and enjoy. I'm not having a lot. See you next episode with my next style. So I know I love it. Bye. Hey shares, how's it going? Shares here. Welcome to PC Plus for December. Let's just jump right into this blog here. Wish we could turn back time. This is a Twitch montage.
I like this. That's what's sad. Wait. I did together. Oh fuck.
Oh, there's a hatch there.
Goodbye. I'm out of here.
Goodbye.
Get out. Get out. No.
You're like, that's so
What the fuck?
That's why I don't play horror games often.
Okay, so I need to get 5 kills. Just nice.
Daddy.
3 hostiles left.
They're all over there.
Ashland. Yelling.
Hostiles neutralized.
Look at this
I
shit.
need one more kill. One more kill.
They all lined up.
You've got 11. A fucking 11. God damn it, man.
Me and him used to play together all the time.
You
And
need
then you got a
one.
girlfriend.
I actually contemplated just shooting you in the head. To be
I
honest
know,
with you.
because at least I make an effort to hang out with my friends when I've got a girlfriend.
You're an asshole.
I got double your kills. I'm happy.
Shut the fuck up.
Your beard is weird.
Anyway, Shadows, that's enough of that. I'm gonna eat my pizza and we're gonna watch some Aztecross, and then we're gonna do the dungeon. I made this build last night when playing Destiny with my partner, and it's an arc build for the dungeon. I kind of want to try it. See if it works. All right. All right. Okay. Anyway. We're gonna watch some Aztecross while I eat my pizza, and then we'll do the dungeon. I'm sorry it's taken so long, but we're gonna do it tonight. I promise. I promise. Trust. Okay? Trust. It's just a little crush. Na, 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 na. Okay. Anyway.
Wow.
It was a bit loud.
Another week, boys, and another twab. This week in Destiny, we have exciting updates about Rite of the Nine rewards.
Hey,
hands-on
King
previews for the
Didi,
Edge of
thank you
Fate,
so much for the
and
follow.
more.
Love his
Non-narrative
family,
Ingrams
son.
in Rite of the Nine.
Appreciate you.
More the Edge of Fate previews, bounties info for preppers. Okay, good. We needed to know this. Let's talk Iron Banner and Gambit. What? And in bounty for good starts tomorrow. Chat. They just said Gambit. They literally just said Gambit. All right, Rite of the Nine rewards updates. This week is the second in rotation for Prophecy, which means those delving and fighting the Taken will earn increased currency rewards. And
man, these mofos don't know how to cut pizza, I swear to God. So fucking annoying.
Weapon drops from enemy kills. Take this chance and farm those roles you are craving. When the third dungeon completes rotation, we enter a new phase in Rite of the Nine. Starting June the 17th, all 3 dungeons will be available to play at any time. And during that very week, all 3 will have increased currency drops. After that, each dungeon will rotate weekly and have a week of increased rewards. Check the calendar below. So from now through July the 15th, completing all encounters in any Rite of the Nine dungeon, missing a run will reward extra drops from the final boss. Completing all encounters in any Rite of the Nine dungeon at Eternity or Ultimatum difficulty in a single run will award an armor piece. And these are on a knockout list. Each clear will grant a new armor piece until you've completed your sets. Now from June 17th until June the 24th.
Huh? Oh. Oh, I remember now. Keep forgetting.
You'll get increased currency drops, will be active for all dungeons, and from June the 24th until July the 8th, all dungeons are available,
cut through the
and
bottom,
one will have
bro.
increased currency rewards and a chance for weapons to drop from enemy kills, as well as increased loot from the final boss chest when completing all encounters in the featured dungeon. On that week of the June 24th, Spire of the Watcher. Week of July the 1st, Goes to the Deep. And week of July the 8th, Prophecy. Now, news. Starting June the 24th, the Emissary will offer a handful of exotics for players looking to round out their exotic weapon arsenal. More will be added each week through the Edge of Fate launch. Interesting.
Just as interesting as this fucking app.
So they already offer dungeon exotics. Any idea which exotics they're gonna be given? Hopefully kiosk exotics. Now from July the 8th until July the 15th, Lootapalooza will begin. Increased currency rewards and weapon drops from enemies in all dungeons. New, even more increased loot from the final boss chest when completing all encounters. All right, so big thing here, guys. Starting June the 24th, you'll be able to get more exotics. And then we'll have the Lootapalooza as well with even increased loot from the final boss. All right, now introducing non-nary Ingrams. Starting on July the 1st, a new item will be available on the Emissary non-nary Ingrams. This Ingram is filled to the brim with hand-picked cosmetic rewards spanning multiple years of Destiny 2 content. Some are newer, like Hollow Chips, while some are a blast from the past, like Crimson Days emotes. So how do you actually earn these? Starting July the 1st, players may purchase non-nary Ingrams using 350 non-nary manifolds at the Emissary, up to 20 during Rite of the Nine. Starting July the 8th, players will be awarded 1 additional non-nary Ingram each day, just for signing in. Oh my god. Just be sure to claim it from the Emissary. Wow. Dude, so literally just signing in, you're gonna have a means of getting cosmetics, which is something Bungie never does. Now, with the Edge of Fate just around the corner, we're very excited to close out Rite of the Nine with a bang. Seeing you out there, Guardians. All right, dude.
Yeah, I did pre-order the DLC.
Bungie never does anything for cosmetics, right? Cosmetics spanning multiple years, though. You got to do what you got to do for the metrics. Hey, man, I'm down. Absolutely. There has to be a catch. The catch is we hope you buy the next expansion. So please log the hell in and pick up these Ingrams, and hopefully you get something juicy. That's the catch, or at least my understanding of what the catch is supposed to be. Now, speaking of Edge of Fate, another week, another bunch of videos by the creators that visited us at Bungie HQ at the end of May and got to play the Edge of Fate before it releases. Be mindful if you want to dig into our next expansion without knowing a single bit of what's going on, as even if they don't spoil any story content, they share a lot about new systems, weapons, and more. For starters, Dad has been answering some burning questions. We'll always take tough inquiries and we'll be there to answer them. But may we suggest buying a spotlight to soften the ambience a bit? Looking scary. We're joking. We love you. Talking about data. Hold on. Saying it again. Look a little darker there. Then Mr. Raffle Waffles, we wrote it right this time. Milo shared his interview with Alison Lurs, narrative director, and Robbie Stevens, assistant game director. They talked a lot about the many secrets and stories unfolding with the new expansion and somehow managed to not spoil a single thing. Amazing. And speaking of interviews, we also have Matix having a great conversation with Tyson Green, game director for Destiny 2. 20 questions with 20 amazing answers we think you will enjoy. We have one question of our own. How heavy was that laptop on your lap, Mac?
Don't forget to tap the screen, Shadows,
how to work
if
those
you want
new
to.
stats directly from
It helps
London.
the stream.
Benny goes
Share
over
it if
how
you
much
can
the
as
new
well.
stats
Thank you.
and builds may change your playstyle with a focus on PvP. Voila! Has some footage of a very cool hand cannon coming soon that may remind you of an old unforgettable friend. He also uses a duel with none other than Benny. What a clash of titans. Well, a clash of Strand Hunter and Solar Warlock. Lol. And last but not least, your boy Rick Cack is here with a video about the top 5 changes coming with the Edge of Fate. Probably a good way to just have a high-level understanding of what's going to change while leaving some surprises left for when you jump into the new content. All right, check out the videos, guys. Check it out. They really are some good videos. And we actually reacted to one of Benny's. We'll probably be taking a look at some of them as well. Now, bounties, 2 gear experts, and a shooting range. All right, hold on. As with many of our yearly expansions, bounties will be receiving an update alongside the Edge of Fate. Many bounties, such as Destination bounties, will continue to exist in their current form as a way for players to get some XP while exploring the EDZ, Dreaming City, or other areas. Others, such as Armor Synthesis bounties on 801, will receive a small update to help players earn progress across more activities in the portal. To help players avoid loss of XP, Glimmer, or other rewards, we're providing a quick list of bounties that will be removed with Destiny 2 Update 9.0.0.1. We recommend redeeming all bounties before July the 15th. So what's staying? Destination bounties. EDZ, Cosmodrome, Shohan, Nessus, the Dreaming City, Moon, Europa, Throne World, Neomuna, Externity, and then clan bounties as well. Good. Armor Synthesis. Okay. Leaving vendors, Trials of Osiris, Gunsmith, episodic vendors. Okay, that's pretty typical. Yeah, this is pretty much exactly what it's been every time. Now, gear experts with new duties. 801 with one of our greatest fashion vendors is getting new duties when the Edge of Fate launches. Don't worry, she'll keep bounties available so players can earn the necessary materials to unlock armor customization currencies. But they have been simplified, removing activity-specific requirements and introducing flexible, activity-agnostic objectives for optional pathways and progression modifiers. With one exception, raids and dungeon bounties will remain as they are now. 81 will also provide a way for players to focus exotic armors at the launch of the Edge of Fate. As we announced last week, players will be given an amount of currency to focus armor pieces with a specific stat package as they embark on their new journey into the Year of Prophecy. Note, players must play Destiny 2 before July 15th to receive these currencies. Hop in today to start getting ready for the launch. All right, so right here, Paragon Exotic Focus previously discovered exotics with the Paragon archetype, guaranteeing super as a primary stat and melee as a secondary stat. Our forgetful gunsmith Banshee 44 will also receive an update so he can help Guardians round out their collections with legacy gear. If there are any legacy weapons you've been looking for to complete your arsenal, you are a new player in need of some initial gear, or you are simply looking for a handful of weapons to start with in the Edge of Fate with desirable perk rolls, Banshee will offer legacy weapons for purchase. All these will cost a small amount of enhancement cores in Glimmer. Dude, has Bungie said anything about lifting any possible caps? I know we're not getting vault space, but Glimmer cap, anything like is all of that still staying the same? Caps in games without trading is absolutely brain dead. Yeah. It'd be nice to get an update there. Now, shooting range available day 1. And last, an update regarding the shooting range that will come with the Edge of Fate. You've seen the footage. It's a big room where you have many enemies and enemy types on which you can test abilities, supers, weapons, and their perks. While their plans initially were to launch this new area at the tower 3 weeks after the expansion launches, we changed our minds. You'll now be able to test your build starting July the 15th. That's day 1 of the Edge of Fate. Cheers. Fantastic. No, that's excellent. Everybody can start testing all their stuff right out the gate. Big dub, man. All right, Iron Banner and the Edge of Fate. When the Edge of Fate launches on July 15th, Iron Banner will be on a hiatus for a time. After centuries of non-stop work, Saladin will be taking a well-deserved break and will return with his PvP game mode to the tower in September. Good God. When the Ashen Iron Major update arrives. Okay, that pretty much aligns with him anyways, at least narratively. Those of you looking to scratch the Crucible itch will still have a variety of game modes available. For starters, Heavy Metal will be coming back as an event in the future. Also starting July the 29th, Trials of Cyrus will have new weapons and armor to earn as you prove yourself every weekend through September. We'll have further details in a future TWID on more PvP playlist updates. But we like to call out a new playlist coming on week 1 of the Edge of Fate, Cutting Edge. Cutting Edge allows only features, seasonal weapons, armor, and exotics to be used against your opponents. This will provide a fun space not only to focus on newer gear, but to focus up the meta in some ways. We're excited to see which weapons rise to the top and what builds players come up with outside the tried and true exotic pairings that we commonly see today. That is actually an interesting idea. That's look, it's just a playlist. It's not a permanent thing. It's just a playlist. Essentially what this means is the seasonal weapons and armor plus exotics are the only things that can be used in that playlist. Oh, Benny says the exotics are on random rotation though. Okay, that's strange. All right.
Because the mod didn't work for us, so then I thought I'd try it today after a fresh restart. And it still crashed. So I'm just telling him it still crashed. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, back to the reaction.
Right. I like the seasonal weapons and armor thing. I don't know how I feel about exotics swapping off. It will mix things up. I will say that it will mix things up. Mix things up. How many times?
Gotta love these shitty game ads.
Have you guys seen a new season launch and you go inside of PvP and it's that same fucker rocking stompies using that igneous hammer or that or that just that same weapon they've been using for years? So I'm down with this playlist, and at least from like just testing out the new shit, it would be nice. It's the worst thing ever. Yeah, and at least from like just
Cutting Edge allows only featured seasonal weapons, armor, and exotics to be used against you, against your opponents. Find space to not only focus on new gear, but also focus on the meta in some ways. We're excited to see which weapons rise to the top. Yeah, see, this is a good idea. I'm sick of, like, not that I play PvP often, but I'm sick of jumping in PvP, and everyone's just rocking the same old, like, getting hit, like, bipped with a fucking igneous hammer. Like an adept palindrome or some stupid shit like that. I'm over it. So, I mean, I'm interested.
Just testing out the new shit, it would be nice. It's the worst thing ever.
This person whinging about it, fucking, probably is one of those tryhards now.
Yeah, because like you feel forced. Like you feel very much forced. Because you're in a situation where you're like, dude, I just want to try out the new stuff. But, you know, the old stuff is obviously still really, really good. And then eventually you'll cave within a couple games and put on the old meta stuff. Especially in COD. So not all seasonal weapons, but only what's being featured for that week. I don't know if it should be that constraining. You know what I mean? I think they should just allow for all seasonal weapons and armor. Just my thoughts. All right, now Gambit in the Edge of Fate. Gambit has always been a PvEVP game mode with a loyal fan base and a lot of, let's say, funny anecdotes from eccentric Uncle Drifter. As the Edge of Fate approaches, we want to share with you all that Gambit will also be taking a form of a hiatus. Players will still be able to play the activity and earn legacy rewards for transmog purposes, and the activity will live under the Worlds tab as it does now. If there's any specific gear you're looking for, Drifter will still be able to focus them as a vendor. This is not the end of Gambit though. Besides continuing to support the mode for legacy rewards and triumphs, we have plans to bring the spotlight back to Gambit in the future, with updated rewards and mechanics that players haven't seen since the days of Prime. Well, they said Gambit Prime. Hold on, Gambit Prime had some pretty cool armor sets.
See, I'm hoping that them putting Gambit on a hiatus will bring it back to like its former glory, of people not just whinging that the game's mode sucks. Gambit's actually fun in my opinion. Granted, it's annoying getting bipped with Xenophage and fucking Eyes of Tomorrow and Truth by invaders that just sweat like this is fucking Trials of Osiris. I'm hoping and excited to see a Gambit overhaul and maybe bring it back to its former glory, or even like a beautiful refresh with some interesting mechanics, you know what I mean? Be very interesting. Hot take, but people that use Truth, Xeno, and those types of things and fucking Gambit when they invade, fucking losers, bro.
Really don't know why Gambit Prime failed. I think it was just simply because the whole season was like revolving around Gambit. It's called literally like we called it season the Gambit. But Gambit Prime was pretty fun. I like the armor sets, but they're looking to bring back Gambit in the future, or updates to Gambit in the future with updated rewards and mechanics that players haven't seen since the days of Prime. So it sounds like we could potentially getting, you know, another season of the Gambit, if you will. I mean, what do we expect?
I hope so.
Are we really expecting Gambit to get any type of updates in this expansion? I will say this, Bungie. The Destiny Rising Gambit's pretty good. It's actually kind of fire. You know, I don't know if you guys could ever put that inside of Destiny, but I actually feel like it could outperform the current version of Gambit. All right, Bounty for Good starts tomorrow. Join us Friday, June the 13th at 9 a.m. Pacific in the Crucible and on the Bungie Foundation Twitch channel for some PvP pandemonium and your first crack at earning the new bounty emblem faster than the light. We'll be matching from UK and US West Coast servers. We're diving into the Crucible this time as a fire team of 2, which means we've got room for 4 fearless guardians on the Foundation team in every match. Whether you're teaming up with us or trying to wipe the floor with us, this is your chance to flex your skills, rep the community, and cause some beautiful chaos in the name of a good cause. Every match, win or lose, or Shaq's approved spectacle supports our Prime Month partners at It Gets Better, who strive to uplift, empower, and connect the LGBTQIA+ youth around the globe.
I remember when it just used to be called the LGBT, or wasn't it like LGBTQ? Pretty sure it just used to be like LGBT. Or is it LGTB? Was it always LGTB? But like, it used to be way shorter than that back in the day.
You can outplay the Bungie Foundation team. Prove it. Want to help lead us to victory? Let's go. The winning side takes home bragging rights and faster than light. Grab your favorite loadouts. We'll
It's a pretty sick fucking
Bungie
emblem,
Day
though.
2025 is just around the corner as well. Our annual campaign launches 7/7/2025, and with it comes our second annual 7th Column Chaos PvP tournament. 16 teams enter, one team. Guys, so
By the way, if you haven't already, go subscribe to Aztecross, bro, honestly. At first I didn't fuck with him, but after a while he just grew on me, man. Screw on me. But he's a good content creator.
We started a
He's dad too.
series unexpectedly, and it involves our vault, good old vaultflation. Essentially, you guys want me to delete 300 more spots, which I think is just impossible. However, I will go through and individually pick out the weapons that you want me to delete, but it gets a chance to fight for its life, as every weapon should. All right, I've got a lot of Fatebringers right here. Ooh. Chat, is Fatebringer good in PvP? Like, let's be objective about this right now. Is it actually good? This is a good roll. This is coke for PvP? No? Yeah, we ride, baby. We ride. No. Everybody here is talking some match about Fatebringer right now. No. Let's just give it an opportunity, guys. Eggplants on the board. Will we get 15 kills Fatebringer? This will decide its fate. And I'm not even looking at a single one of these rolls that I'm deleting. You let me know if one of these is actually a god roll. The hell with the OBJ. We're going straight for blood. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Alright, this is just... I'll watch this another time. This isn't, like, major. Here's the save button. Save that to my watch later. Anyway.
Your vault is now worthless. Or at least, that's what a lot of people are saying. Matter of fact, some have even gone as far as to delete almost their entire vault. We're actually in the midst of our own series, Vaultflation, where we essentially go through and delete multiple weapons. And yes, we have made it to a whopping 653 out of 700 so far. No lie, we gotta speed this up, guys. At this rate, by the time we get to the number that we need to get to, Destiny 4 will be rolling out. Now, why are people deleting their vaults? Well, since the embargo has lifted and Edge of Fate details have been rolling out, the new loot system has been revealed to us, the new armor system, system, how exotics are going to change, how tiers for weapons are also going to be a thing. Many people across the community have said this is straight up sunsetting. And in some ways, I get this sentiment. It's almost like a soft sunset, if you will. However, in today's video, I wanted to look at all the new information we have so far regarding new weapons, from new armor, as well as new stats being introduced with Edge of Fate, and give you our answer on whether or not you should in fact nuke your vaults. First, let's do a very quick recap as to what is actually changing. Now, this is something that has been broken down in length from many folks. We recently actually watched Benny's video going over the tiered loot, archetypes, build sets, so if you want to check out that video, you can. But let's start with weapons first. As we've known for quite a while, weapons have been reworked to have different weapon tiers, from tier 1 up to tier 5. Now, tier 1 weapon is your standard weapon, with 1 perk in the 3rd column, 1 perk in the 4th column, nothing being enhanced. So essentially, the normal drops you've seen over the years. Tier 2 are weapons that have enhanced traits in the 3rd and 4th column. And then there's tier 3. These are weapons that have enhanced perks, but also have 2 perks in columns 3 and columns 4. Even the weapon mods for this tier are enhanced as well. These are most similar to shiny weapons from, say, things like...
Ooh, that's clean, bro. What the fuck?
Out of the 9, which Bungie did actually confirm would be the equivalent of tier 3 weapons, which is a whole other can of worms that we're not going to get into in this video. Next up,
I'm so glad I didn't grind that shit, to be honest.
Is tier 4, which sees every perk, including the barrel and mag perks, being enhanced. And then lastly, we have tier 5 weapons. Again, they have every perk enhanced, but this time,
which look
it
really
will
pretty.
include the origin traits as well. Now, this is actually going to come with 3 perks in columns 3 and 3 perks in columns 4. Tier 5 weapons will also have unique animated shaders that you can equip, as well as special on-kill effects like sweaty confetti, for example. And no, this won't take up your mod slots. We also learned in the most recent TWAB that adept weapons are actually getting phased out. When the expansion launches, they will be replaced with this new gear system, with tier 5 weapons being...
Oh shit, adept weapons are getting phased out? That's wild, considering I've never farmed for an adept weapon in my life. That's kind of funny. And I feel bad for all those people that have adept weapons. But after crafting came out, I just never found a want for adept, even before then, to be honest.
The new item to chase. Now, next up, we have the more significant of the 2 changes, and that's the changes to our armor. As we've already covered, armor is getting a complete rework with the launch of Edge of Fate, with stats like mobility, resilience, and recovery being deprecated and reworked into 6 new stats. We have weapons, health, class, grenade, melee, and super. Now, we've known about these changes for quite some time, but we now know that the equivalent stats we currently have for each new stat. When the Edge of Fate launches, our old armor will be changed to reflect these armor changes. So for example, our current mobility stats will be changed to the weapon stat come July the 15th. Yes, you heard that right. The stat that gives you increased weapon damage is going to be tied to our current mobility stats, which means for my fellow Titans out there, we're kind of screwed. I'm just being honest, guys. I have literally no mobility stat armor pieces. Whereas like my hunters out there, the hell with y'all. You guys are probably sitting high and mighty right now with your high mobility stats on all your armor pieces. Now, as for the other stats, resilience is now health, recovery is class, strength is melee, discipline is grenade, and intellect is super. So what this means is you can actually start farming for some gear right now if you know what you want with the new armor system, which is actually what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be farming for high mobility stat armor pieces. Granted, I'm going to be actually going for the new armor pieces come Edge of Fate, but we're going to have a quick turnaround to tier 5 weapons being the new item to chase. Now, next up, we have the more significant of the 2 changes, and that's the changes to our armor. As we've already covered, armor is getting
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about
rework
that.
with the launch of Edge of Fate, with stats like mobility, resilience, and recoverability stats. Be farming for high mobility.
I'm also not going to farm for any of this shit because, you know, I'm not that invested.
Stat armor pieces. Granted, I'm going to be actually going for the new armor pieces come Edge of Fate, but we're going to have a quick turnaround going into the day 1 raid that I kind of want to have a decent armor set going into the expansion to be prepared for that day 1 raid. We'll have an entire prep guide on this, guys, but the main thing is look over at your ghost mod, hit that mobility.
Oh my god, here we go with these bullshit ads again.
option and see if you might pick up a few stat pieces going into Edge of Fates. Now we also have a slightly better understanding of what each stat actually does now. For example, the super stat improves the super energy gained from damaging targets, as well as the amount of super energy gained from any external sources like exotic perks or picking up orbs. But get this, it has no effect on your base super cooldown like it does currently, meaning that timer listed on your super will always be that timer. This also increases super damage as we go from 100 to 200, as this will increase linearly from 0% up to a whopping 45% at 200 stats, which is why so many people are saying right now they're going to be looking for armor sets that are high in both mobility, that being weapons, going into the next expansion, and high in intellect. That way you can net yourself more super energy and, of course, a hell of a lot more damage.
That is wild.
Now, armor-like weapons are also going to have a tier associated with them. Although this time, it seems like higher tier armor is certainly more important than a tier 5 weapon. This is because the higher tier the armor is, the better the stats will be overall. With tier 1 being anywhere between 48 to 53, and then tier 5 being between 73 and 75, on top of stat tuning. Now, you're hearing these values right, guys. 73 to 75 at tier 5. Now, stat tuning will only be available for tier 5 armor. And this allows you to add a tuning mod to your
The new like look is kind of cool.
armor, like balance tuning, which will slightly raise the 3 lowest stats on your armor. But there's also other tuning mods, which will allow you to raise one stat by +5, while also lowering another stat by -5. Now, which stat is increased is determined by these 3 lines next to a given stat, which seems to be completely RNG as to which stat that is on your armor. Now, most of us are going to be ditching our current armor sets, as it's not just the higher stats that we're going to be going for, it's also the set bonuses associated with these new armor pieces. We recently talked about the Bushido set with the 2-piece bonus that heals you on kills with freshly drawn.
That is more like it instead of that fucking speed boost shit we saw earlier.
Or reloaded weapons. Then you got the 4-piece, which makes it so that your bow, shotgun, and sword final blows temporarily reduce incoming damage, and damaging targets with those weapons extends the effects. This is just one example of the different set bonuses we'll be able to earn in the Edge of Fate. Now, as you may have expected, this will not apply to our current armor. If you want these new set bonuses, you have to go out, you have to farm it. Same goes for armor tiers. We may be able to pre-farm for stats that we want right now, but we're actually gonna have to go out and get those higher tier armor sets after the expansion releases. Now, this is where you start to see some discourse. Tier 5 weapons are great. Look, man, you give me something shiny to chase, I'll chase it. But do I think they are absolutely necessary? To me, it really just comes down to the weapon itself. For instance, if I'm sitting there looking at an aberrant action, and I've got a tier 5 aberrant action, but its perk rolls are, say, Ambitious Assassin and Demolitionist. Or I got a tier 3 aberrant action, and its perk rolls are Heal Clip and Incandescence. Well, guys, all day long, we're gonna choose the tier 3 roll. And I would say when you look across your vaults, even though, yes, your loot may be quote-unquote lower tiered, that being tier 2 or tier 3 at best, a god roll is still a god roll. And don't get me wrong, having the highest tier will be a flex, especially if it's the highest tier with its animated shader. But from a gameplay perspective, of just you and your ability to perform, perk combinations all day long are the most important factor. For instance, the only way people are going to actually ditch Rose inside of Crucible is if Bungie literally comes out and nerfs Rose, or they give us an alternative that is just substantially better than Rose, which is going to be very difficult to do considering the unique factor of Rose. It's lightweight intrinsic, and dare I say objectively, it is the best dueling 140 round per minute hand cannon in the game. So for me, weapons, it really just comes down.
Yet I never get killed by it in PvP. I always get killed by like Igneous or Palindrome.
To whether or not there will be a replacement for it directly. And for me, in my vault, and I know I'm sounding pretty hypocritical here because my vault is straight up slam full of stuff, but I wouldn't go through there and just start killing and destroying all of your god rolls because tier 5 loot is going to replace everything you have. It's not going to be a quick transition. But when it comes to armor, things do get a bit messy. You see, these stat changes are a deliberate way of making us make tough decisions. Bungie wants us more intentional with how we allocate our stat points. You're not going to have a situation where people are running around with 200 stats in weapons, health, super, and grenades all at once. And currently with our stats inside of Destiny, you see the quad 100s. People do everything they can to get to that point. And yes, it's sexy to look at, but inside of Edge of Fate, if you're lucky and you get good rolls, you'll be able to get at least 2 stats to 200s, but it would be impractical due to the impact it would have on your other stats. Shout out to Benny for doing the math on this one. The only way you're going to get there is by getting high tier armor. The old stuff won't cut it. Now, I feel some of you right now are already hitting the delete button on all of your armor. Stop. We're not saying to do that yet. Your current armor will still be used for quite a bit till we're able to lock down the high tier armor sets. If you plan on doing the day one raid, you're gonna need some armor with the appropriate stat distributions to tackle that content. Because I don't think any of us are gonna be touching tier 5 armor sets before the day one raid. Now, alongside all of this, our power level is also being changed as well. We are all gonna start off at level 10, and we're gonna need to work our way up to 200.
Level 10 is where we're starting. I didn't realize that. That's insane.
Hundreds, which is now the new power cap. Now from 10 to 200s, this should feel pretty familiar as you get better higher level gear to drop by playing. You can infuse that gear into your old gear if you desire, then pass power 200s. You'll need the new unstable core if you want to infuse gear, including your older gear. All gear acquired past power 200 works towards increasing our season power bonus, which used to be tied directly to our artifacts, but that's no longer the case. Now something to note is that these unstable cores will expire at the end of each season, meaning you can't hoard thousands of cores between seasons. You'll need to get out there and grind for more. Now, how you actually go about getting higher power gear is just simply by doing hoarder content. You get higher power, and then you get higher tier gear. There's certainly more nuance to it all, but that could be an entire video by itself. But essentially, do harder content, get better gear. Now, knowing all of this, I return us back to the question that we posed at the beginning of this video. Is your vault worthless now? Like I mentioned earlier, I don't want you to go through your vault and just nuke literally everything that you own because it's not quote unquote new or tier 5. What I will say though is that if you have some armor pieces in your vault, and if it's not 1900s, if it's not even masterworked, and if it doesn't have a stat distribution that you see will transition to the current layout going into Edge of Fate, at least in the way that you want it, then it's probably safe to delete. Weapons though are a completely different story. For example, a Godro Hezen's Vengeance with Envious Arsenal and Element of Honing with that Time Loss Magazine origin trait, that's still going to be the strongest rocket launcher in the game, unless Bungie does something about the origin trait or nerfs these rockets going into Edge of Fate. I don't care if there's a tier 5 version of a rocket with that same trait combination. There's no way in hell I'm gonna get it in time before the day one raid. And at the same time, even if I could get it, why delete what I already have? Why not use my God roll that I currently have, which may be the equivalent of a tier 3? To secure me that tier 5 version. And the other side of things is that we don't even know if the tier 5 version is even gonna have these same perk combinations. And as we mentioned above, that is the most important factor when it comes to your weapons. There's a reason why even if you grind trials for an entire weekend and you lock down a 5 out of 5 God roll, but it's not adept, you're gonna keep that 5 out of 5 God roll and you're gonna shred those adepts. So I would be very selective with what you delete when it comes to your weapons in your vaults. Gear though, that is a completely different story. And it definitely seems Bungie is aggressively moving us in that direction to adopt the new armor system. Now, besides all the inherent benefits that we went over for both weapons and armor, there's also something new being introduced with Edge of Fate. That being new gear bonuses, which you could see when looking at your artifacts. These will give you straight up bonuses to both your damage resistance as well as weapon damage when using new gear, which is determined by this blue icon on the left corner of your weapons or armor. Now, this is pretty crazy, and where some people have been rubbed.
I still have 200 spaces in my vault, so I'm chilling. I'm borderline at the same as Aztecross, honestly.
The wrong way.
Probably even more than him.
For example, when using new armor, you could get up to 15% damage resistance just for using that season's armor. The same goes for weapons, as equipping a heavy from the season would provide a 15% damage bonus, and according to Mossy Max, who referenced Kakis's video, this will be a 10% bonus damage at launch, and that will apply to that heavy weapon. So again, your old gear will still be useful for a pretty long while, especially when you're trying to level your power. But once we reach in-game content, we're going to have to change things out. I'm really curious to see how this is going to apply to day one raid, because the turnaround for that is so fast that I'm actually really curious to know how these systems are going to apply to it. If that's the case, it's going to be a very hard sell to keep us using old gear when new gear is going to provide such good passive benefits. Bungie doing contest mode for day one raids was their way of correcting the whole power grind to attempt the day one raid. It was to level the playing field so that everyone could jump into that experience. But if they go this route, this means that the folks that are literally going to dedicate, I don't know, 80 to 100 hours going into that day one raid will have a substantial advantage. We're still going to have the power grind leading up to the day one raid to at least meet the minimum threshold. But then we're going to have seasonal weapons and armor that may end up giving us 15% extra damage or damage resist. And in a day one setting, guys, that can literally be the difference between who makes it and who doesn't. So guys, I know this is a lot. TLDR, don't delete all of your gear, but a little bit of spring cleaning wouldn't hurt, which is exactly what I'm doing. I will say the sooner we get more information from Bungie on this, the better. Even if it's information that some of us may not want to hear. They come out and say, hey, the day one raid experience will require you to grind to a certain power level. And on top of that, if you really want to be super optimal, you will need to get those armor pieces with those passive benefits. All right then, fellas, we ain't sleeping, man. With that being said, though, for your weapon specifically, it's the role that ultimately matters. And what is a gun roll today, unless Bungie comes out and directly addresses that specific weapon, archetype, or perk combinations, that god roll will still be a god roll, which is essentially me giving you my blessing to keep all 200 ergo sums that you've saved up over the past year. Actually, don't do that. Check out Blue Ingram, guys. Please go check out this site. You could see which ones are your duplicates, both for ergo sums and exotic class items. That's a great way to just free up some space. If you're sitting on a bunch of dupes, get rid of them. But me, myself, guys, I'm not a fan of regrinding things, especially god rolls. But hey, it's your vault. Some of you have been very proud of yourselves posting up pictures of your vault now being 100 out of 700, which I think is fantastic. If anything, guys, delete everything you got. For the day one raid, this would be fantastic, as you've essentially eliminated yourself before the raid even began. No, but for real, keep those god rolls, guys. Don't nuke anything just yet. Be selective with your armor, and hopefully Bungie comes out with some more information. And by God, can we get a tease of what the hell the vault solution is going to be going into Renegades. That's it, guys. Those are our thoughts. Fellas and ladies, thank you all for coming and watching. And as always,
yeah, slap that like button.
Another week, boys, and another twab. This week in Destiny, we're getting ready for our next developer stream. These things take time. So we're also telling you all about one of the biggest systematic changes to Sandbox team.
All right. Don't worry, I promise I'll do the dungeon. I just
ready to talk about one of the most significant systematic
out.
overhauls coming with the Edge of Fate. Additive melee damage stacking. The short version is almost all sources of increased melee damage are buffed. All sources of increased melee damage stack at full efficiency in PvE, and we are using additive damage increase calculation for melee damage. I smell a butt right now. I haven't even read the rest of this. I smell a butt coming. How melee damage worked in the past. Currently in Destiny 2, most sources of increased damage in Destiny 2 are multiplicative. Two hypothetical 50% damage increases, a 1.5 times increase in damage, are multiplied together for a total of 125% or 2.25 multiplier. This approach to damage increases has some problems like fun. That's a problem. That's, you know, who wants to fist their enemies? For one, the more damage increasing effects applied at a time, the more powerful they all become, which means that the best builds and strategies start to revolve around simply having as many buffs as possible. Give me skill gap. This is the pattern we saw in Destiny 2 prior to the mutually exclusive empowering damage buff systems for weapons. Additionally, balancing the game becomes more and more difficult the more sources of increased damage we add. We do not want to have to choose between bosses being one-shot by players who are stacking as many buffs as possible, or bosses feeling like bullet sponges to players who are not. Look, this is so bad, man. Oh, this is so bad. I literally called this out earlier this week. I said, what if Bungie is actually going to nerf our damage? That way they can buff it with us stacking into 200 stat distributions. Keep reading. All right, I'm gonna keep reading. How melee damage will work now. When the Edge of Fate is released on July 15, melee damage increases in Destiny 2 will be additive. That means two hypothetical 50% damage increases will be added together for a total of 100% damage increase. Now, this does result in lower damage ceiling for melee abilities, and it is unlikely that most bosses will ever be one-shot with melee abilities going forward. Because we do not need to worry about someone stacking these melee buffs and trivializing most content in the game, we can do two very cool things. We are buffing almost all effects that increase melee damage, some of them by double the damage they do now. In PvE, melee damage increasing effects always stack at full value if applicable. Our goal with these changes is to make much easier to create a personalized build that works the way you want. Many potential combinations of melee abilities and build crafting items are now much stronger than they were. We are very excited to see what melee builds y'all cook up in the Edge of Fate with these new changes. We are buffing almost all effects that increase melee damage, some of them by double the damage. Now, what I am concerned about with this change is what if this is the beginning? What if we're going to see some supers get nerfs? Why? To make way for the increase in super damage from 200 stat distributions. Listen, I'm just throwing it out there, guys. I'm a little concerned. That's all. Let's continue. I know Bungie's telling me they're trying to whisper in my ear. They're fucking this ear hole and they're whispering in this ear, telling me it's all going to be fine. Maybe it will. Systematic updates. In this new system, every effect that increases melee damage has been converted to use additive damage stacking. Every time that has been changed as part of this has been listed below with a single
Personally, it makes no difference to me.
exception. The new melee stat introduced with Armor 3.0 increases the damage of melee abilities when going over 100 points, up to an extra 30% at 200 stats. Yes, that's right. The damage bonus provided by the stat is considered to be an increase to the base damage of a player's melee attack and abilities and is multiplicative with other damage increases. In short, if you're putting together a melee build, you want to get your melee stat as high as possible. Okay. All right. Hold up. No. This one is multiplicative. This one is multiplicative. Additionally, melee damage no longer scales scorch and ignition damage generated by melee attacks. The logic behind this change is similar to the logic underlying the jolt damage scaling changes we made a while back. We think it's healthier for elemental verbs to have a consistent effect regardless of the source that applied them. We have opted for more targeted changes here, and Incinerator Snap and Consecration Slam remain powerful options both as a centerpiece abilities in melee-focused builds and as potent damage-focused tools in other builds. Brother, our melee builds just got fisted in a bad way. Consecration is worse now. Yeah, Bungie really, like, they're trying. So look, they're adding value to 200 stat builds by making that multiplicative, but they're absolutely fucking everything else. You know what I mean? I'm talking elbow deep shit right now. Play how you want, but not that way. Not that way. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh my God. About glaives. As part of our melee overhaul, we are revisiting the role of glaives in the sandbox. We would like glaives to find a more permanent home in melee-focused builds, where they provide a defensive tool to help you close in on your targets and a faster and more potent unpowered melee ability than Guardians would have otherwise. That's right, glaive melee is considered an unpowered melee ability in the Edge of Fate. Anything that increases the strength of unpowered melee abilities will now increase the strength of glaive melees, including the melee stat. This does come at a cost. While glaives have a much clearer role and have a higher damage ceiling, we need to reduce their base melee damage in PvE to bring it more in line with an unpowered melee attack. But even after these changes, glaive melees have a much higher damage per second output than unpowered melee attacks do. Well, no fucking shit. It's a glaive! In short, if your build relies on unpowered melee damage, glaives will be the best way to increase your unpowered melee DPS even further. Glaive melee is now considered to be a type of unpowered melee ability. They now receive melee damage increases at full effect in all cases where an unpowered melee ability would, including the damage increase from Sith knockout, offensive bulwark, combination blow, sparkle, feedback, warm god, caress, banner of war, stylist, executioner. Glaive melee now triggers all effects that are triggered by any melee ability. They will no longer benefit from some weapon damage bonuses, such as Radiant, as it's no longer weapon damage. Effects that modify the behavior of basic melee attacks, such as the Titan Aspect knockout that changes the basic melee attacks from kinetic to arc, will not affect the behavior of glaive melees. That sucks. Glaive melee damage in PvE has been adjusted to compensate for their increased access to melee damage increased effects. Glaive melee damage against minors and majors has been reduced by 40%. Oh, God. Glaive melee damage against champions and mini-bosses has been reduced by 28.5%. Glaive melee damage against bosses and vehicles has been reduced by 50%. Okay, so let me understand this correctly. Glaive melee damage in PvE has been adjusted to compensate for their increased access to melee damage increasing effects. All right, let's start from the top. The best glaive builds involve what? Worm God Caress. Right? You use Worm God, you get big buffs going, and you go to Pound Town. That's getting shit on. Like, even with the multiplicative damage increase from 200 stats, you're still that's of 30%. Isn't that still overriding? These nerfs are overriding that buff. Wait until you read the percentage increase later before you say it's horrible. Let's take a look. Hold on. I'm hoping. 6 is your fucking ass. Let me tell you something. 6, if I am not bricked up by the end of this swab, your ass is gone. Below, check out the list of melee changes we have made to abilities, exotic armor pieces, and weapon perks so they could shine in the new system. Be mindful that this list does not cover all the sandbox tuning plans we have for the Edge of Fate, just the melee focused ones. We are covering exotic armor changes in the section below, and we'll share everything about weapons abilities in future tutorials. Ability changes for melees. Classes, prismatic, fast of courage, PvE melee damage bonus increased from 10 to 50%. What the fuck? Arc. Spark and feedback. PvE melee damage bonus increased from 75 to 100%. Now works with glaive melee at full effect. PvE melee damage bonus is no longer decreased when used with Syntheseps, Liar's Handshake, Knockout, Worm God Caress, 1-2 Punch, or Winter's Guile. Okay, interesting. All right. Bungie, why you kidding me with all the bad stuff first? All right, why you what you do? What is the emotional roller coaster I'm on right now? Titan, Roaring Flames, maximum PvE melee damage bonus increase from 73 to 200%. Good God. As a note, Roaring Flames increases solar ability damage, and Glaive melee is always. We have opted to follow the rules as written for this one for now, so Roaring Flames does not scale Glaive melee damage. Okay. Melee damage bonus against is no longer decreased when used with Peregrine Greaves, Worm God Caress, 1-2 Punch, or Syntheseps. Interesting. So maximum PvE melee damage bonus. Oh, good God, brother. That's wow. Now, Knockout. PvE uncharged melee damage bonus increased from 100 to 160%. PvE charged melee damage bonus increased from 50 to 160%. Increased melee damage now works with Glaive melee at full effect. Oh, we gonna be cooked. Okay. All right. Buddy, they put all the bad stuff on the front end, which made it look way worse. Offensive Bulwark. PvE melee damage bonus increased from 100 to 160%. Increased melee damage now works with Glaive melee at full effect. Melee damage bonus no longer decreased when used with Syntheseps. And Banner of War. Melee damage bonus for users and allies increase from 40 to 100%. Melee damage bonus no longer decreased when used with Worm God Caress, Syntheseps, or Glaive melee damage. The damage bonus provided to Blade Fury's melee attacks is unchanged. Hot. Damn it, brother. Now listen, understand, these are not multiplicative, so we're gonna have to run the numbers, all right? It's additive now, but it's multiplicative on the stat distribution. Overall, this should net out to be more damage. It's what it should be. And Banner Titan should be back in a big way. Bonk should be back too. Now, Hunter, Stylus Executioner. PvE melee damage bonus increased from 200 to 300%.
All it takes.
Now works with Glaive melee at full effect. Now works with every melee ability if the ability makes contact while you're leaving invisibility. In other words, projectile melee abilities like Threaded Spike will benefit from the damage increase if you're using it at point blank. Combination Blow. Maximum PvE damage bonus increased from 309 to 400%. Increased melee damage now works with Glaive melee at full effect. Now works with Ascension and PvE at full effect. Now works with Grapple melee and PvE at full effect. It seems we're all going to be fisting enemies in Edge of Fate. Ascension's going to clear. That it is. Bro, I'm confused. The main takeaway is this. Bungie f***ed us, and then they made love to us afterwards. Okay? That's the point. It got better, and it's gonna work out the best for us going to Edge of Fate. We're gonna be doing more damage. That's the main takeaway to this. You're gonna be doing more damage. I will say it started off so bad. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Dude, that TWAP started off so bad. It makes you almost who knows? A less patient man would have closed out this TWAP and given up. Exotic armor changes. Hunter. Artist Embrace. PV weighted knife damage bonus increased from 200 to 300%. Liar's Handshake and Spirit of the Liar. PV basic melee and arc melee damage increased from 200 to 400%. Good God. Brother. Dude, these are some crazy numbers. This is some crazy numbers, dude. Ophidius Spade, maximum PV throwing damage bonus increased from 100 to 200%. It's really nice. Trident Vice, PV glaive melee damage bonus increased from 100 to 200%. Thank God.
Hey, Rachel.
It needed that. I love the projectile, and I think, that's really what makes that exotic stand out. But it needed more melee damage. All right, Titan, Heart of Inmost Light, maximum PV melee damage increased from 20 to 50%. Now increases the damage of empowered and glaive melee abilities. Okay. Peregrine Greaves, shoulder charge ability impact damage bonus against non-champion, non-tormentor, and non-mini-boss targets increased from 363 to 400%. Okay. Syntheseps and Spirit of Syntheseps, melee damage bonus is unchanged at 165%. Melee damage bonus is no longer decreased when used with combination blows, Stylus Executioner, and glaive melee. Damage bonus is still decreased against players when used with Lightning Surge. Okay, for Spirit. That's Spirit. All right, Wishful Ignorance. Maximum PV Frenzy Blade melee damage bonus increased from 100 to 200%. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go. Maximum PV Fletcher's Storm melee damage bonus increased from 50 to 200%. Let's fucking go. This right here, everyone, get your favorite Fletcher's Storm build right now. You are gonna be fucking with this. Do you not realize you could already clear a room? Now you're gonna annihilate every fucking room of enemies. That is gonna be so hot. And look, as someone who recently we actually quit doing our build battle because we were playing with the Fletcher Storm build and it just wasn't fucking enough. It wasn't good enough. Wishful Ignorance though, Fletcher Storm is gonna be so hot. It's such a fun, look, the gameplay loop is one of the best, man.
Hey Rachel, I will be playing Destiny. I'm just reacting to some stuff upcoming and then I'll jump into the dungeon.
Like, truly is one of the best. The animation, you're up in the air, you're slinging melees. It's one of the best. All right, Worm God Caress, maximum PV melee damage bonus increased from 275 to 400%.
Jesus.
There ain't no way, Bungie. There ain't no way. Look, we got to start getting pre-testing.
What do you mean? I main Titan, but I flex all of them. So like I think it would go Titan, Warlock, Hunter.
Right now, I don't
What
trust
about you?
these numbers. I don't trust these numbers. No. We're gonna test these. We're gonna test everything on Greg pre versus post. There's no way Bungie's shipping these numbers out. I've called in cap on this. No. When this shit rolls out, we better see these numbers reflected. Bungie, I made the comment that you guys should just lie. I'm concerned with these changes right here because I'm thinking that there's no way in hell y'all are gonna actually ship this. Melee damage is no longer decreased when using Roaring Flames or Glaive melees. All right, Warlocks, Winter's Guile. Maximum PvE melee damage bonus increased from 275 to 400%. Isn't it funny that Winter...
Yes, Crown Eaters will prevail. Thank you so much for the follow, though. Welcome to the family, son. Appreciate you. You might unfollow after this, but I don't really fuck with the whole crayon eating thing. I feel like I'm quite a smart and sophisticated Titan, if I do say so myself. The fact that like everyone plays out that Titan players are like really dumb, or like they're just crayon eaters, and Titans play into that too. I'm like, come on, bro. Titan main since D1, same.
Winter's Guile won't get the Worm God.
But when people do ask me about crayon related stuff with Titans, I just say my favorite flavor is green apple or grape.
Treatments. It's nice. It's nice.
The
But you
purple
guys
and
still
the
don't
green
get the Worm
ones.
God treatment. You don't believe that shit? If they ever gave it to y'all, that would be great. No, seriously, they ever gave it to y'all, that'd be wonderful. Warlock's only got one buff? That's hilarious, dude. Yeah. When you play Titan, play Hunter, that's all I can say. I told y'all. I knew before we even got to the Warlock section. You wanna fist enemies? Titan and Hunter. This ain't y'all,
Purple
man.
for you,
Y'all
nice.
healers, dude. Y'all healers. Sit
Purple
back
for
there
the
with your
win.
support auto. All right, weapon changes. Weapon perks. Close to melee. PvE glaive melee damage bonus increased from 30 to 60%. Nice. 1-2 punch. PvE melee damage bonus increased from 100 to 150%. Dude, this is crazy. Now works with all melee abilities. Melee damage bonus no longer decreased when used with Liar's Handshake. Oh my god. Increase the time the perk is active to 3 seconds. Oh my god. No, they did not. Brother. Double fisting is back on the menu. Yes, indeed. Double fisting is back on the menu. Exotic weapons. Bastion. Saint's Fist PvE damage bonus. Melee damage bonus increased from 100 to 300%. Lord.
I'm actually going to be running Shattered Throne solo flawless with my Titan.
Dude, Bastion is actually good. We played a build with Bastion here recently. Actually pretty nice. This is crazy though. Now it works with all melee abilities. Increase the time the perk is active to 3 seconds. Monte Carlo. Catalyst melee attack no longer deals reduced melee damage to bosses, mini bosses, and champions. Oh, nice, nice. Winter Bite now receives melee damage bonuses from a variety of sources.
Hang on.
Port auto. Weapon changes. Weapon perks. Close to melee. PvE glaive melee damage bonus increased from 100 to 150%. Dude, this. Oh my. No, they did not. Bruh, is back from 100 to 300%.
Wow, okay.
Lord. Dude, Bastion is actually good. We played a build with Bastion here recently. Actually pretty nice. This is crazy though. Now it works with all melee abilities. Increase the time the perk is active to 3 seconds. Monte Carlo. Catalyst melee.
I'm X-Queen, the Crayon Goddess. Is that really your name on Destiny?
Attack no longer deals reduced melee
That's
damage
wild.
to bosses, mini bosses, and champions. Oh, nice, nice. Winter Bite now receives melee damage bonuses from a variety of sources. Reduce enhanced
You're really playing
melee
into,
damage
playing
with
into
ammo
that crayon
to
thing,
plus
huh?
20% versus bosses, down from 50%. Why? Why do you don't like us winter biting? Does Bungie not like winter bites? I think winter bites kind of hot. Well, no. That's a straight up nerf. Remember, you do more melee damage with winter bites when you have ammo. I think Bungie is scared. Y'all remember when we were like one-tapping bosses after Life Up Winter Bite? That shit was so much fun. I had such a good time. Dude, the damage was insane, brother. Insane. That's why they nerfed it. Exotic armor tuning preview. We mentioned a bunch of exotic armor pieces in the previous sections, so it felt natural to go over the other exotics that are changing with the edge.
Nice.
Mini buffs and reworks here and there, and just a few
Mine's just my name everywhere. Shadow666.
minor nerfs to keep things
Everywhere.
balanced and interesting. All right. Hunter, the Dragon Shadow, and it has long felt weird how similar the Dragon Shadow and Speed. Speed loader slacks are in their effects, with both center on dodging to get stats. To alleviate some of this weirdness, the Dragon Shadow has gained many of these stats and had its perks updated to fit better with the new suite of player stats. So,
But I'm one of those titans who run their own builds and still kills it. Yeah, I generally run my own build. I will spec into specific shit if I need to, or if I'm doing I do raids where people can vote for which exotic I run. So that's when I spec into builds and do some research, but generally I just run whatever's fun. I don't like to run meta, just like to enjoy myself.
So the Dragon Shadow now passively increases weapon stability and ready speed. Dodging reloads your equipped weapons, no longer reloads holster weapons. Activating your dodge ability grants the following effects for a short time: increased stability and handling, increased move speed, increased sprint, slide, ADS strafe speed, increased class stats. Good God.
Yeah, because like the thing that
Dude. I hope you see what your PvP meta is about to be. Now speed load.
what they've done with that is that they're basically just gamblers dodge. I mean, not gamblers dodge, marksman's dodge. Me too. Yeah, honestly, just have fun. Like, get weapon perks. I like threadling, incandescent, like just ones that are fun over like bait and switch and all these other things.
Loader slacks. With these bonuses given away, we took a more PvE-oriented approach to speed loader slacks, allowing hunters to be able to provide a benefit akin to Lunafaction boosts to their allies to be able to carry around during higher end content. So speed loader slacks adjusted the tight fit perk. Dodging reloads all weapons and grants increased handling and reload speed for you and nearby allies. What the f did I
That's
just...
really cool.
Dodging reloads all weapons and grants increased handling and reload speed for you and nearby allies. While this buff is active, additional dodges increases the strength of the buff and refreshes the timer. Dealing sustained damage grants class ability energy. So essentially, guys, Dragon Shadow is the ultimate PvP exotic. A lot of what was in Speed Loader has been deprecated into Dragon Shadow. Speed Loader slacks. They've done this before with other exotics. Has now become the ultimate support exotic for PvE players. Dodging reloads all weapons and grants increased handling and reload speed for you and nearby allies. The main thing is this: when you dodge, hold on. Am I understanding this right? Dodging reloads all weapons and grants increased. Okay. When you dodge, you're gonna reload the weapons for your allies. No. Oh my God, I got way ahead of myself. Dodging reloads all weapons and grants increased handling and reload speed for you and nearby allies. Oh shit, dude, that was gonna be crazy.
I have friends who send me Titan build videos, but I never bother. I run my own. You know, fair enough. I will run Titan builds if I'm struggling. Like, there's no shame in that. I'll look some up. It's better to ask friends' advice than just look up videos. But again, with like raids where I run a specific exotic, they're all over YouTube, my YouTube. I will look up videos. What's the best build for this exotic? And just run it. But thank you so much for liking the live and tapping the screen. I greatly appreciate it. We're at 300, almost 400 likes. Hell yeah.
Just for yourself. Man, I was about to be... Okay, all right. That's like some OG rally barricade right there. Oh, yeah. We got to carry it away. I'm sorry. While this buff is active, additional dodge increase. Okay, that's all right. Mask of Backers. Mask of Backers has always been an evocative and visually fun exotic, but largely is used as a PvP tool. We made some changes to let you play into the Fallen Captive Fantasy even more so in PvE, while also pairing well with the new stats. It's also now usable on Arc subclasses and supers. Mask of Backers effects are now active when either an Arc or Stasis super is equipped. Dude, that is crazy, brother. Do you know what you could do with this now? With it being
Arc or Stasis is pretty cool. Oh man. It plays with Lord of Wolves. That's hilarious. I love that.
Being able to be on Arc now too. How's this going to stack with Ascension? Reworked Light Shift no longer provides a non-stacking surge damage bonus. Now grants plus 10% damage for eligible weapons, stasis weapons, arc weapons, and Lord of Wolves per stack. Stacks up to 3 times. While active, weapon final blows grant class ability energy. I like that.
I quite like that because it kind of plays into you becoming like a Kel. You know what I mean? Like, as they said, you could literally become one of the Elixir by being able to phase shift and use the Lord of Wolves. It's kind of cool. I quite like that. I love Aztec too, but I don't ever copy any builds. I feel like I can't use any of them. No, fair enough. I don't copy any of his builds unless he's got some good ones, but I'll run any. I'll look up any YouTuber with builds, honestly, if I need to. Like this, I think this Arc build and Solar build that I'm using for the dungeon are builds that I've looked at on YouTube.
I like that. Okay. All right. The main thing is this is all cool, I guess. You know what I mean? Some of these changes kind of roll back in some way. But this right here, working with Arc and Stasis, super fantastic. Capri Sting. Capri Sting has been fairly niche PvP exotic for some time, so we wanted to rework it to something a bit more broadly useful and with more build crafting hooks. Capri Sting removes automatic smoke bomb activation when using a melee attack. Remove true sign when dealing damage with the smoke bomb. Added. Killing weakened targets creates a burst of weakening smoke and returns smoke bomb energy. So what would we do? Would we do like, oh shit. So if you're rocking like a withering gaze, exalted truth, you aim down sights, you proc the weaken, you get the kill, you turn around, you create a burst of weakening smoke, and you return smoke bomb energy. And I guess you could utilize it with probably on the prowl and some other things.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
This seems like a change I would utilize inside of maybe PvE, as much as like I know Capri Sting has been looked at for PvP. All right, Oath Keepers. Oath Keepers have not been quite worth the time investment to overdraw for the damage bonus, so we tuned that a bit for some better ease of use and higher potential payout of damage. So Oath Keepers increase maximum damage bonus from 1.
I felt broken when my Destiny bestie made me copy. I just don't know how to use another exotic. Well, what exotic do you mainly use? It's good to have a wider taste, so to speak, and be able to try different exotics and be comfortable with other exotics, but to each their own.
150 to 200%. Now provides more of the total damage bonus early.
Luckily, you have a Destiny bestie. My friend who taught me Destiny doesn't even play the game anymore. We're at 484 likes. Thank you so much.
Clear in the overdraw. Oh, I like that. I like that. All right. Oath Keepers is pretty nice, guys. It really is, man. And look. Here's the thing about Oath Keepers. When we paired it with Leviathans, I think Leviathan's Breath couldn't get the full damage bonus, if I remember correctly. So we need to go back and see, like, I can't remember exactly, but there was some issues with its synergy. All right, Blight Ranger. Oh, God. Blight Rangers had a rough time. With previous balance changes failing to hit the mark. Despite that, we believe that its most recent rework established a playstyle that fits the fantasy of the exotic. However, it's...
You don't know the name of the helmet? Are you talking about Insurmountable Skullfort? Don't tell me you use fucking Mask of a Quiet One.
Cancellation effect still didn't feel worth the investment, especially due to the challenging bug with how its damage scaled. So we've given it a bit of extra juice. Actually, a lot of extra juice. Oh my God, please. Blight Ranger fixed an issue where cancellation damage was not consistently scaling based on voltaic mirror progress. Adjusted voltaic mirror meter behavior. Now it requires 25% less reflections to reach maximum. Feels more evenly. Blocked melee attacks now count as a reflection. Dude, we're gonna end up KOing bosses.
Chest exotic helm. Huh? You mean Heart of Inmost Light or Chris the Falling Star?
Y'all know that? We're gonna end up KOing.
Do you not know the names of them?
Bosses that stop attack over and over. Thank God, dude. Maximum cancellation damage increased by 50%. This is in addition to the fix above. Minimum cancellation damage increased by 150%. Now always applies blind before dealing damage. Updated visuals, audio, timing, and the blind shockwave to better reflect its impact. Look, man. Look, we've got a short out there, a clip where we essentially blocked Greg's attack. You know, Greg that does the eye blast. and we did so much damage. There is a world, I want to see this world, where a hunter solos a dungeon with blind.
Titan chest exotic helm of inmost light. Huh? You mean just the exotic chest of inmost light with Stormkeeper's aspect? Fair enough. No, it's fine. It's fine, King DD. My partner plays Destiny, and she refers to Strand as green, Stasis as blue, Solar as fire, Void is purple, so it's fine.
Blind Ranger. I don't know what
I
it
know you're
is. I
joking.
just love the play style. The pop your super and block everything and kill bosses with their own attack. Tight.
When I first started Eve, I was a minor, and
shut up.
Chris of Alpha Looping. Over the past year, we've seen a lot of love when it comes to the new additions of things like the support frame autos. With the Edge of Fate, we took a look at some of the other clearly supported oriented exotics that aren't as popular to give them a leg up to modern sandbox standards. Starting with Chris of Alpha Loopy, we wanted to keep its subclass agnostic, while letting it feel like the one-stop shop for the support Titan fantasy. So Crest of Alpha Loopy added additional effects. Sustained damage while behind a barricade triggers another smaller healing pulse. Healing your allies grants barricade energy. Oh, dude, that is going to be wild. Depending on how much health we get, though. But that could be wild, dude. For just like sustained damage. Like imagine if you drop like, I don't know, like an aerial denial frame shot, you're accumulating bulk charge stacks and you're healing yourself while just peppering the enemy. Gonna be hot, dude. Gonna be hot. And you'll be able to stay alive. Phoenix Cradle. The next clear option was Phoenix Cradle. There's a lot of ways to generate sunspots, but it always felt like you couldn't create them where you wanted to maximize the effects of Phoenix Cradle. So we tackled that while also...
Huh? I can't smell anything. My nose is full. Sleepy. You gonna be alright wearing your contact lenses? I know you said Arkhelm, but you didn't just explain which Arkhelm. So Arc subclass with Helm and Stormzy, but you said chest as well. I'm confused. I don't know what build you're rocking. Unless you tell me the name or describe it to me, I don't know what you mean. Doing a dungeon had 2 people quit because they couldn't stay alive. Really? That's unfortunate. Ghost of the Deep. Oh fuck, Ghost of the Deep, bro.
Hitting on a very common piece of feedback when it comes to your Cradle enabled sunspot visuals. So Phoenix Cradle updated VFX on sunspots while the user has Phoenix Cradle to look more clearly supportive to allies. Added additional effects, dealing sustained solar weapon damage in a sunspot extends its duration, providing solar buffs to allies has the chance to create a sunspot at your feet. Really? Hot damn. Yo, we could utilize that inside of PvP. Dude, Phoenix Cradle,
Phoenix Cradle could definitely get some love, bro. That'll be exciting. For real. On ultimatum, bruh.
I'm sure most of you forgot that exotic even existed. MK44 Stanicides. Stanicides. Ironically left in the dust. This exotic lost its role with the introduction of Juggernaut and other changes that made the melee refund less valuable. We removed the melee energy refund on shoulder charge hits and overshield while sprinting. These were replaced by more arc-centric perks that turned you and your allies into an unstoppable force. So 44 Stanicides. Sprinting with Juggernaut active periodically grants you a stack of static charge. Sprinting while amplified creates an area behind you that grants allies speed booster. Wow. All right. Is this about to be like the speed running exotic? Interesting. And then Path of Burning Steps. We liked how Path of Burning Steps played in Season of the Wish before the previous changes to this exotic. To return it to its glory days, gleefully frolicking with Polaris Lance, we added back some of its bonus damage by
Gonna play some
tying
PvP,
it to
nice.
Roaring Flames. Oh, dude, let me just say this. Polaris Lance is going to be really good next season. Path of Burning Steps. Increase solar weapon damage and solar ignition damage based on the number of stacks of Roaring Flames you have. Roaring Flames times 1, times 2, and times 3 grants a 10, 15, and 20% bonus solar weapon damage and 5, 10, 50% bonus ignition damage. Stacks with surge mods. Reduce the duration of suspend, slow, and freeze effects applied to you. Back on the menu, fellas. Dude, based on the artifact mods we've seen, Polaris Lance, ignition damage, and now with Path of Burning Steps is going to be so good. Avian Leap. Avian Leap remains a potent choice, but we wanted to add a small nudge in efficacy that won't overtune the whole suspend kit. So Avian Leap now increases the duration of suspend applied by enhanced Dringer's Lashes. Okay. Now Actium War Rig. These changes to Actium War Rig go along well with the new weapon stats, giving you the option of building your loadout around the exotic to keep its new kill streak bonus rolling. Think Worm Gun Caress for auto rifles and machine guns. Worm Gun Caress. No way. Actium War Rig. Auto rifle or machine gun final blows increases the stability, ammo generation, and damage. Stacked up to 10 times. Higher stack counts expire more quickly. Hi. Dude. It's not just sweet business. Do you know how many weapons we'll be able to take advantage with this? Look, it's auto rifles or machine gun stuff.
Haven't played all of them yet, but the first one came out. Made the last boss easy. Then I had to get off. Haven't played in a while. Fair. But got Godslayer, no problem. Nice.
Thunderlord. I'm thinking like Quicksilver as well thrown into this loop. Oh my god, I didn't even think about Acquire. Now, Spirit of Avalupi. Spirit of Avalupi is also going to be inheriting one of the above changes to Crest of Avalupi. Stoicism. Spirit of Avalupi added healing your allies grants class ability energy. Okay. I mean, you can utilize this with a support role, like a support auto. You know what I mean? All right, Warlock, Starfire Protocol. Empowering damage, as it's been written on Starfire Protocol, has always felt pretty confusing. With a new world of stats, we figured it was high time to clear up this confusion and give this exotic a well-deserved boost. Okay, Starfire Protocol now also activates on radiant damage. Increase the fusion grenade energy gain from dealing damage from 2.5 to 5%. Reduce fusion grenade energy gain from final blows from 20% to 15%. Hold on. Increase fusion grenade energy gain from dealing damage to 2.5 to 5%. Activates on radiant damage. So any radiant damage. Reduce fusion grenade energy gain from final blows from 20 to 15%. That's the day one build. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Okay, I mean, like back in the day, fusion grenade energy gain from final blows was 100%, everybody. 100. A single empowered fusion grenade final blow would give you back 100%. The main thing is this, like now also activates on radiant damage. I would have to look at this. You get less for kills. Hold on, no, guys. Don't write this off. Now also activates on radiant damage.
You can join the Discord if you want. Always looking for raid teams, honestly.
You have to look at it and increase the fusion grenade energy gain from dealing damage to 2.5. We got to look at it. All right, Wings of Sacred Dawn. With the release of other items in the game, such as the Manicore SMG, we've seen some gripes when it comes to exotics that ask the player to survive while airborne. So to give some help to Wings of Sacred Dawn, we've taken a look at just that. So Wings of Sacred Dawn, combatants are less accurate towards you while Tome of Dawn is active. This is similar to Manicore's effect. While the Solar Super is equipped, Solar Weapon Final Blows now grant restoration and reload your stowed weapons. Okay, that's nice. Fellwinter's Helmets. For many exotics, it's been hard to keep up with the difficulty progression of activities, oftentimes leading to them being great on power or lower content, but extremely feast famine and high difficulty activities. For weapons, we can usually help remedy this with on-sustained damage effects. In the case of armor, like Winter's Helmet. And
what's your DC called? The Discord's just called Destiny, I think. Destiny. Oh no, Shadow's Tower. It's called as the It's not my proper Discord. It's just my Destiny-based one. But that's fine.
An equivalent on hits. Fellwinter's Helmet. Added power melee damage weakens targets. Oh. Applies to 50% weaken. Weaken effects apply by the burst via melee or finisher final blows or unchanged. Okay. So just the power melee damage will weaken a target without you actually having to get a kill. Prometheum Spur. In a world with so many Rift exotics, it's always been hard to make a combo Rift feel truly good for how many hoops is asked for you to jump through. So with this pass, we've looked at an alternative approach to the combo Rift that will also let players hook into other atoms on the solar subclass to allow for more versatile benefits. So Prometheum Spurs rework the perk Embers of Lights. While the solar super is equipped, weapon defeats grant class ability energy, and weapon defeats in a Rift grants different solar verb depending on the Rift. While in a healing Rift, weapon defeats create a pulse that grants radiant to you and nearby allies. While in an empowering Rift, weapon defeats instead grant cure to you and nearby allies. Okay, Bungie really wants us to use solar. Now, Boots of the Assembler. Currently, Speaker Sight largely outclasses Boots of the Assembler. Speaker Sight is similarly potent at healing allies, produces orbs to power your build.
KK, I'll join by X Quinn. Yeah, no, fine. Is Aztec talking about Warlock? Yeah, he's up to Warlock's exotic armor changes.
It doesn't require you to stand in a Rift to get benefits. Plus, Boots of the Assembler and Noble Seekers are just not that smart. So we sent them to college. They now target allies more reliably, spread their healing out much more efficiently, and give a more flexible benefit when they find an ally. So Boots of the Assembler, Noble Seekers no longer spawn in waves and instead spawn at a constant rate based on the fire team's size. Average number of Noble Seekers produced per 8 seconds is unchanged. It will reduce 1 per ally in that time period. Noble Seekers tracking range changed to 40 meters, always from 20 to 40 meters based on the time alive. Damn. Noble Seekers will prioritize allies who have not been healed in the last 8 seconds. Noble Seekers can now target allies standing in a rift, producing them. Noble Seekers will not target an ally more than once every 4 seconds. Noble Seekers will not detonate when passing near an ally that they are not targeting. They will now detonate if they make direct impact with an ally they are not targeting. Oh, they'll still detonate if they make direct impact. Okay. No longer grants extended rift duration on Noble Seeker impacts with allies. Instead grants class ability energy on Noble Seeker impacts with allies. Scales based on the fire team size. Look, can I just say this? You could be a terrible player in Destiny, but if you rock Boots of the Assembler and Lumina and Noble rounds, you've got my love. I'm straight up, dude. This goes for PvE and PvP. If you rock those things, you have my love. All right, Geomax stabilizers. We enjoyed watching players shoot out beams of concentrated arc energy just as
Mayhem. Nice.
much as you all did generating them. But with the launch of the Edge of Fate, we are limiting some of that unlimited power. To compensate, we took a pass at retuning its sprinting for bolt charge. Geomax stabilizers reduce super energy granted bionic traces to 4% from 7%. Retune sprinting to top off bolt charge. Decrease bolt charge stacks required before sprinting will grant additional stacks from 6 to 5. Decrease the amount of time required for sprinting to start granting bolt charge from 2 seconds to 1. Increase the rate bolt charge is granted while this effect is active from 1 every 1.5 seconds to 1 every 0.33 seconds. All right. I mean, this is the big one. That's the big one. I will say, and we had a lot of things contributing to ARC this season, so it's you know, there was a lot of benefits here happening. The main takeaway is this: it's like with Geomax, you were able to get your super once every 30 seconds, maybe even less. I think it's still going to be good. I think it's still going to be good, guys. Does this hurt up here? Does this top one especially hurt?
I love Geomax and I love Chaos Reach.
Sure, but I think it's still going to be good. Now, the Final Shape Bungie rewards. We're almost at the end of the Final Shape year, but it's never too late to jump into the game, fight against the Hordes of Darkness, to defeat one of our biggest foes yet. Same thing for the year of content after the expansion. All content is unlocked for Episode Echoes, Revenant, and Heresy for players with the corresponding seasonal passes. As we approach the launch of the Edge of Fate, many of the Bungie rewards available that require a Triumph unlock during this year won't be available anymore. So take this as an opportunity not only to earn them, but also to complete your journey. Check out some of the greatest hits of the year below. Oh, yes. All right. We got known issues, everybody. And then a final note from Bungie here at the end. And with that, this tweet is over. Hope you found all those changes coming to your melee builds and exotic armor pieces. Fellas, we have now entered the final stretch before Edge of Fate. But before we step foot inside, weapon and all of its catalysts can be acquired from the exotic mission on how good rocket sidearms are. Ever since they were unveiled in Warlord's Ruin, with the first edition being Indebted Kindness and the exotic Buried Bloodline, this list has Ulcer Brace, Shoot the Loot being present in that third column, along with destabilizing rounds in that fourth column. And the real reason why we're putting It is the last Ironbender until after Edge of Fate launches. So guys, lock this weapon down. It's too good, man. Now finally in Heresy, we also received our first ever Void Rocket Sidearm, and it didn't disappoint. Lotus Eater drops from Nightfalls, making it very easy to farm for, and you'll definitely want to get this one, guys.
Oh, a rocket sidearm from Nightfalls? Shit. A Void one?
Weapons in all of Destiny, and for good reason. It drops from Iron Banner, and it's our first Stasis Rocket Sidearm. Now this one surprised us with its gun roll, including Air Trigger, which provided the sidearm with increased ammo reserves for more destruction, and you could also roll this with Chill Clip, which is fantastic for literally everything.
Damn. Isn't Vengeance?
There's one weapon that my raid fire team said, hey, everyone better have for day one. It's this rocket right here. This weapon arrived in the Vault of Glass refresh this season, and it added a host of new perks, including its origin trait Time Loss magazine, which reads, final blows of this weapon grant bonus super energy. When your super expires, this weapon's magazine size is doubled for a long duration and reloads from reserves. I cannot overstate just how much of an S tier perk Time Lost is. It's so good, I actually wonder if it's gonna get nerfed. Essentially though, when your super expires, your magazine size is doubled for a full 20 seconds. You can imagine just how powerful this is on a rocket launcher. And this differs from perks like Envious Assassin or Overflow. The magazine is not simply support for yourself.
She's got an amazing tattoo. She's got, whoa, jiggle physics.
And also for your teammates. Look no further than most contest dungeon or raid clears, or even Rite of the Nine. Keeping teammates alive is a top priority when you find yourself in intense situations, especially intense situations where you have limited res tokens. And that's where support auto rifles come in. Now, No Hesitation was actually our first addition to this archetype in the final shape, and it has roles like Psychic and Circle of Life, providing you restoration time, and it can be done all from a single grenade launcher shot. Lost Signal was our first option that dropped in Episode Echoes, and it's used in conjunction with Prismatic for easy darkness transcendence itself, but this one is an orb printing machine. Now recently though, the stabilizing rounds got a buff, making it a lot more viable, bringing it in line with its other counterpart.
This is a Void Wave fucking aerial denial that I want to grab from the dungeon. And then this one's an arc one.
What makes it unique is that Ambitious Assassin combined with Runneth Over allows you to run 3 grenade launcher rounds in a single mag, which means tons of damaging pulls in a single area.
Bro. Ergo Sum?
Why? Ergo Sum. Yes, I have a page devoted to this weapon inside of my vault, and I have to ask, how do you guys not have this many Ergo Sums? This weapon released in the final shape was the first special ammo sword. Now it can be obtained from a number of different sources after the final shape quest Destined Heroes, including the Paleheart Pathfinder and Overthrow. Now Ergo Sum doesn't have its own unique exotic trait, but instead has several possible traits pulled from past exotics. And several game-breaking combinations have arose from this weapon. First, we have Wolfpack rounds, an essential weapon for the Day 1 Salvation's Edge race. Using a charge heavy attack not only grants yourself Wolfpack rounds, but it grants Wolfpack rounds to any other nearby player using a legendary sword. Guys, anytime sword damage is needed, this is the perk to use, as it buffs everyone's damage quite significantly.
Okay.
It's literally Galahorn, but for swords. Next, we have Arc Conductor. Now, this perk was stolen from Wristrunner, but it has a different activation requirements. Instead of taking arc damage, the perk procs off of using a powerful heavy attack. This will then give you an arc resist shield and allow you to chain lightning between enemies. Now, we have made many builds on this channel using this perk. It's just that strong. There are certain situations, especially on Warlock, when combined with Devour, an Arc Conductor, and a Stasis Turret, a Getaway Artist, dude, you feel unstoppable. That same build is a build you can literally go into any content with right now, and it will carry you. Next, we have the Perfect Fifth. Now, this may seem like a bit of a weaker perk compared to the rest, but when paired with a caster frame version of Ergo Sum, it cooks, boasting one of the highest DPS metrics for a sword, especially when paired with another caster frame in your heavy slots that you could swap back and forth to. Overall, guys, Ergo Sum is an amazing sword. It can fit many roles, and it has many roles. I personally just believe in keeping one of every single role. And if you haven't checked out Blue Ingram, that website right there is one of the best ways to track roles. Best heavy grenade launcher. Chill Inhibitor. This is a rapid fire heavy grenade launcher that arrives with the Vespers Host dungeon. Now this in design, but has been making waves since its release with the Thunder Doctrine Dungeon. Unvoice is a void slug shotgun that has been the topic of a lot of discussions here recently, for good reason. For the most part, slug shotguns have been slowly phased out, being power crept by different options over the years.
Very
But when
cool.
Unvoice hit the scene, everyone's eyes were drawn to the fact that it can roll with redirection. This is because redirection grants a 100% damage buff and is favorite weapons that I'm sure some of you can already guess. Abyssal Edge. The ultimate choice for people who want to clear the hardest content with the least amount of effort. It's beautiful. Now you've heard us talk about it a lot. And again, what makes this sword so dang good is the fact that it can roll with flash counter, which got reworked in Heresy to emit a short range blast when blocking, which allows us to easily proc bolt charge stacks. And since it's a strand weapon, unraveling rounds as well, all of which will discharge bolt charge stacks for increased damage while blocking without even being behind a barricade. Is this a bit cheesy? I don't care. This build is fun, man. Literally the only people hating on this are Hunter and Warlock mates. Now, Abyssal Edge drops from the Nether. It can also be focused within the Tome of Want, which allows you to earn drops from kills or other activity completions within the game. And because of this weapon is a very easy one to farm. The role to look out for though, guys, flash counter, redirection, in my opinion, is the best role you can get it to die at. Now, this weapon was alright at first, but turned out to be quite good after unlocking all of its perks and catalyst options. It had a cool start to its quests, similar to Whisper of the Worm back in the day. The base version is earned via the Derealized mission tied to the episode Heresy, and we made multiple videos on how to complete the mission along with its catalysts. It's a lengthy quest, but just trust me when I say it's worth it. It does a crazy amount of damage in its Path of Ambition form, shooting high damage burrowing rounds, and can be further buffed with Peacekeepers on Titan. And its Path of Resolve form is still a great pick for ad clear. We've got a few strand artifact mods present in the Edge of Fate, like Threaded Blast, which increases our damage and range of our Tango and has a ton of void synergy, and that is the Exalted Truth hand cannon from Trials. Now I know some of you are already skipping ahead right now. You heard Trials, PvP, the hell with that.
Take him to Detroit.
No! No, not Detroit! No! No, please!
Let me ease your mind. It has never been easier to get Trials loot, even if you just play rounds for XP and get. Now, next on the list is a heavy machine gun. Now, let me just say, these weapons have had their ups and downs in terms of usage as a boss encounter weapon, but they're most options. Specifically, double damage perks with redirection in its third column and kill and tally, elemental honing, or in dungeon in the first and third encounters. This two burst archetype since its debut, that being nullified. Now you can see here on this chart from Mossy Max on Twitter, two burst pulse rivals are one of the strongest primary weapons.
Not played that raid yet. Polaris Lance.
Energy is both the only stasis element for this frame and the only double frame grenade launcher in the top weapon slots. This gives it a unique position when it comes to damage rotations, and it has perks to match that role. Envious Arsenal once again makes its appearance, which is fantastic for DPS rotations, as well as the extra ammo when enhanced. And we also find Chill Clip in our fourth column, which is great for several reasons. First, it grants easy access to freezing both bosses and elite enemies, but it also acts as a skeleton key for champions, as it can handle both overload and unstoppables. Then finally, when it comes to damage rotations, it's able to add an easy darkness debuff for Facet of Courage. You see, Facet of Courage makes your line abilities deal 10% more damage to targets afflicted by a darkness debuff. Weapons will be leaving soon, and I suggest getting Perfect Paradox, guys. It's a great kinetic rapid fire shotgun with field prep and pugilist in that third column, and trench barrel 1-2 punch in that fourth column. Revenant seasonal weapons.
A lot of scope to research a dorm. They survived. And over time, came to be during the dark. They sought a new under an the House of Exploits of Kepler as a catalyst for the
exploration, but also combat on future playthroughs in super creative ways.
We are adding the amount of hours being. We're talking about the.
There it is.
We will in a second.
You're saying that if the trait combination is already good enough, then it should be able to stand on its own 2 feet without the need.
One of these streams is to show us the new stuff, not the stuff we've seen people already play with.
Well,
the crossbow was sick, by the way, though. Crossbow was cool.
I gotta admit.
Yeah. I don't think we've shown the crossbow, right?
The crossbow was cool.
That was new.
I think that's it's a cool new archetype. See how it plays out.
Crossbow's pretty cool. The testing range, we got to see it in.
I think I'll watch this off stream. I don't think I need to watch this now. So I'll just add that to my watch later. Go subscribe to Aztecross if you haven't already. Alright, now let's do the dungeon. And then I'm gonna wrap up. So let's do this shit. If you're still here after this long time, appreciate you. I know it's been a wild, long time, but we're gonna actually play the dungeon now. And don't worry, this will be on YouTube and Twitch VODs if you want to watch this later or skip to this part, especially if you don't want to watch now or if you've gone to bed already. Let's get it. Right. Continue your conquest. Oh, no, I don't give a shit. Okay. Anything new in the store? Oh, free bright dust. Hell yeah. Oops. Oh, my girlfriend will love that one. think we need to grab her that one. Is she awake? Huh, Baba? Oh, I don't even know if you can see from that far away. They added something to the store you might like.
They added last time.
Yeah.
I didn't buy it because I don't have money.
Yeah, this is for like Bright Dust money, not real money. So you can just buy it with your Bright Dust instead of real money.
Yeah, I will grab it.
Yeah.
I like it.
I'm gonna attempt the dungeon now. Ooh, that's pretty. Not really my style, but that's pretty dope. The fuck? It's like a strand one, maybe? It's kind of cool.
What the heck?
Huh?
I'm going to take off my contact lens.
Okay, Bubba. Your eyes dry?
Yes, very.
Yeah. Righto. Shadows. Let's go. Okay, if you're watching this on YouTube, I'm just gonna do another like mini intro. Because no doubt you might have clicked the time skip to skip to this part. Should probably make a note of that. Hang on. Make a time skip to the dungeon and reactions and skip pizza run. Okay. Alright. Hey Shadows, how's it going? Shadow Sick here. If you're watching this in the future, this is just a bit of a skip to me actually doing the dungeon after watching the upcoming stuff. We're gonna be doing the Shattered Throne solo flawless today. I was running a solo build. I kinda wanna try this arc build I've got going. But yeah. There's no modifiers on this dungeon. So I might try it. I feel like I'm probably just gonna go with the solo build, but I'm gonna YOLO it and give it a whirl. Yeah, see, there's no champs though, so we're probably gonna change it to that. Is there anything else that I should probably change? Yeah. Can I... Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna try this arc build, and if it fails me, then we'll just switch back to the solo build I was running. But I kinda wanna try the arc build. See if I can, see if it does me well. But for this, I'm probably still gonna run Wither Horde. Probably gonna run... We're gonna run an arc gun. I might... Let me have a quick look. If there's any better arc stuff I can run. What's this? Hang on. Oh, that might be quite good, actually. Because I'm going to be using... Oh, there's a potential a lot of weapons that can really benefit. I might pull you. And you. And you. Yeah. These weapons sound fun. Nah, you know what? We'll try this one. And for an arc damage weapon. Vorpal. I think this will be better. Yeah, we'll try this, but switch to my solar build if this doesn't work out. Yo, Ems, how you doing? All right, we're gonna start this in a second. I just need to go to the bathroom. BRB. And then we'll get into this dungeon and hopefully beat it. Squashing my Adam's apple.
Sorry.
No, it's okay, Bob. Fourth time. Yeah, hang on.
hear you say that.
Yeah, I'm trying the one we used in the mission last night. So hopefully it works okay.
Okay, Bubba.
If not, I'm using the solo one. Alright, let's go, Shadows. Solo flawless. Let's do this. And then I'm going to bed. And until we reach another subscription or follower goal, that'll be it for Dungeons. For now. Thank you so much for liking live on TikTok, though. We're at 707 likes on TikTok. Let's get it. I want to make sure that sub only isn't on again. Okay, good. Okay. I've got a weapon to switch to if the pistol doesn't work out. I don't know why it moved away my this weapon. But we'll bring back my come to pass. Try this build out. Is the frontal shield on an aspect? Yeah, it is. Okay. Z7 joined, hello? Alright, now, Shadows, if you haven't seen me stream a dungeon before, potentially going to lock in as much as I can, and probably won't be looking at chat as much as I'd like to. So just as a heads up, I'm not ignoring you, I'm just trying to lock in. But I appreciate you sharing the stream, tapping that like, following me on both TikTok and Twitch, subscribing if you want to, but you could watch for free, so you don't have to. So far, so good. Just punch everybody. Dragon. Now, do I remember this off by heart already? Let's find out, shall we? Pretty sure I do. You give me pictures and colors, and I'm happy. Oh no, he fucked it up. Never mind, holy shit, this build is insane. Alright, now we're going for bird. Bird's in the center, I think. So we essentially can just go up here. Healing Grenade and the Sunspots was very helpful for survivability. That might be where the solar build triumphs. But we will see. Very tempted to test this arc build because it did really well in the dungeon that we did. And those enemies were tougher. I mean, it wasn't a dungeon, it was just an exotic mission. Oh my god. Cloud Snake. This build's doing wonders. So far, Gun's not really having anything to say about it. And back in the day, in my opinion, Arc was like the worst ability to try survive with. This is ridiculous. So far, so good. Fish. Come here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Oh shit. See, that's when that annoys me, is when enemies run away. And the sidearm actually comes in pretty good handy, you know? Insane, bro. 8 snake. The speed booster could really fuck me if I'm not careful though. Because we all know, if you shadows know me, you know that gravity tends to kill my ass most of the time. Hey, fuck. Still pretty good. Still pretty good. Hey, Bow Bow. It's my Bow Bow, everybody. You can't see her, but she's grabbing some fruits. I gotta be careful. TikTok might fucking ban me again. Give me a strike for showing love to my partner. Bastards. 69 fish. Isn't that down here? I think it's down here. Yeah, it is. It still bumps me from out of my shield, okay. This is crazy, bro. Oh my god. This build is great. Whew, this build feels good. Sorry, shadows. Hit the blow my nose. Anyway. Let's keep going. So where some range might be a bit more helpful. Well, we'll see. This build is insane, bro. Oh, hi, Mark. Oh, yeah, this is where survivability can be a bit painful. If there's no enemies around to punch. What? Oh, you son of a bitch. I didn't even see you up there. Or they do that. That's where it can really fuck you. Alright, we gotta be careful. We gotta be careful. Twats that do that. Taken are probably the worst enemies to deal with, and scoring any that can like teleport away can really fuck this build. And there's no healing grenade to fall back on. Alright, now we switch to a plink weapon. I think a bow would be better. Are they shooting me from there? Shit, there. Whoa! Alright, do I have an arc bow? Surely I have an arc bow. Right? Yeah, I do. Wahoo! Because an arc scout could probably do the trick. But it's just too much blinking. Maybe you. I'm just playing around here. Have fun. There's this explosive tip on it, I think. Oh my god. Oh, look who it is. It's Aslan. Not shoot through that? Alright. You are starting to annoy me with your solar spam. Fucking die. Did. And you. God damn. Hey yo, I'm clip leader. W in the chat. Locked in type shit. I fraught that. Which HDL do you use? Probably don't use Scout, man. The DPS output drop of 30M is so bad. Bros are actually so fun, but you gotta hit those crits. You even play Destiny, bro? Destiny, I thought this was Borderlands. Scounts are goat tier in Destiny. Bang. Look at that crit yellow numbers. My guy out here aura farming. Oliver, bruh. I see you, Robin Hood. Huh? Can you shimmy from that far? Since... Ah, you cunt. Why did they change up the layouts? What is that? Why is that a thing, bro? Alright, well there goes my solo flawless run. Damn, alright, I'm gonna have to do that again. Son of a bitch, bro. It is what it is. Restart. See, I told you, gravity's the fucking thing that kills me, man. Unfortunate. Alright. I really want to test this build like the first actual boss. It's annoying that I just died to gravity. Very common, but annoying. Because if this build doesn't work for the boss, then I need to run the solo build. It's as simple as that. That was an 8 snake. What do we next? Cloud. Okay. Not back the way we came. Invisible. You can fuck off. You can fuck off. $69 fish. It's over there. I got cocky. I should have ran a sword and line ramparts. I didn't realize they were going to change the layout. Normally an ogre spawns there, not a blight ball. There's a dragon. Right above me. Then we got fish. Have you tried the prismatic build with Lucky Pants and 1K? Last time I played Lucky Pants was when I was soloing a dungeon, Warlord's Ruin on Hunter. Is really good. with malfeasance. 1K is pretty good too. It's pretty good this season with the mod. You sir could get me killed. Teleporting little cunts. Alright. Back to the center. This build's still good. Deep breath count is 6. Cocky, nah, bro, you can legit do it. I'm really hoping, like deep within my heart, that you're actually just genuinely being nice right now. But I don't know. Past experiences with you, I don't know, man. It's your warehouse. Got him? Yeah, I don't know. I just genuinely like nice people. Who doesn't, right? How did that not kill anybody? Oh shit, bro. Where did you go? It's 11 PM. I gotta work tomorrow, so I want to get this shit wrapped up. Got him. Gotta laugh, boys. Let's go. That cheeky little smiley trying to hide. 7 now. I'll be doing a lot of them, Oliver. I'll be doing a lot of them. I could see why you would doubt my genuine, how genuine my attempt is to be a nice person. Thank you. Appreciate it. Nice people are nice, yeah, we'll see. Nice people are hard to come by. Fuck out of here. It was hard. I had a hard upbringing, bounced around the foster system. I have a hard time making friends, especially online, you know. Listen, I'll hear you out, but after like the Gears of War stream, you should understand how I'm like quite reserved now towards you anyway. Yeah, that joke was not mid, that was beyond terrible. What accents can you do as an actor? Not a lot, really. Not a lot of good ones. Alright, this guy pisses me off. Just get them out of the way. Hit me with the James Bond impression. Nah, I'm good, bro. Let's try this. Did you try the bow last time? Still requires plinking. Can't quite hit him behind that. Yo, Louis, how you doing, pal? Thanks so much for the confetti. Appreciate it. Come on, you fuck. There we go. I'm surprised I didn't. I don't know why I didn't just thunder crash to safety. That probably would have been a good idea. Wasn't thinking as I was plummeting to my death. Thunder crash used to go really long too. It's quite viable for just skipping shit, but not these days. You gonna hit him? Hey, a little bit. Not bad, bro. When I see you live, I like to pop in and drop a gift. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the follow as well. I appreciate it. Welcome to the family, son. Come on, hit us with an accent. No, I'm good. Showcase your talent. I'm good. The clip master's got to get some clips. I'll pass, bro. It is always a good get out of jail free card, that's for sure. It's quite fun. I remember when it first came out, shit was busted. Like all shit in Destiny when it drops. Thanks for liking up the live on TikTok though. 707 likes, hell yeah. Okay, I'm not gonna be overly confident and zealous now. Okay, I'm gonna be... quite mindful. Need to look the part though. Not that it's majorly important, but need to look the part a little bit. Do I have the helm? I don't know if I do actually. I'll just use that one. That looks good enough. And then we'll chuck on you guys. Yeah. Okay. Put on a sword to be on the safe side. I'm nervous, bro. I don't want to have to do this shit again. And now it spawns an ogre. What the fuck? Okay, I need to switch to a weapon that I can plink, but also deal good damage up close if I need to. Motherfucker. No. I don't like jumping puzzles and traversing, and my girlfriend's the fucking same. Fuck this shit, bro. Ugh. Nah, bro. For those of you who don't know, these mofos shoot pushing beams. They'll push you off the map if you're not fucking careful. Yeet. Yeet. Fucking die, bitch. I'm so glad I don't have amplified speed boosts right now either. Always worried about that shit. Fucking tight rope in my ass. Yeesh. I see you peeking. Peeping Tom. Oh, you fucking son of a bitch. You did? Thank you.
You pass it?
Huh?
Pass it?
I passed, I didn't pass the mission, but I've passed the walking part. Like the platforming bit, you know. Thank you. The annoying thing is I haven't even tested this build with the bosses yet, because I have died before getting to the bosses. But we'll see what happens. Out of my way, fools. Now normally, when you're running the solo build, you just throw the hammer and you're good. Now, I gotta punch my way through. Excuse me coming through. Excuse me coming through. Excuse me coming through. Should be right though. Similar type of mechanic. Just with arc punch instead of a throwing hammer. Just cruise on through. You can't sprint or jump. Bye. Easy enough. Alright, homie. Boy, best of luck with the grind. See you on the next one. Say hello to your mom from me. Bruh. You and me both. I hate jumping. Bad, hard, bad, for real, on God, no cap at all. Alright, now we gotta cross the chasm. Probably put the shit back on. And a plinking weapon. Sword, I think we should be fine. Fucking. The annoying thing about this dungeon is it doesn't have rally flags. So use ammo quite easily. Whew. Try not to laugh again. I'm about to make you break character. The acting is only so good until the comedian hits you with a oh woo whoopity. Or even in that self, that's hilarious. That's the boss, isn't it? Fuck, bro. I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know if I'm ready. Oh, wish me luck, Shadows. Fuck, bro. Fuck. I need to keep this Revered Dawn armor. Because, as a triumph to complete this dungeon wearing a full set of it. I need to fully prepare myself here. Last time I dropped down with not the right exotic on, not the right subclass on, and the wrong heavy weapon. I've got no heavy ammo. So I'm relying solely on my super for damage here. And hopefully it lets me pick up the buffs, because that's what fucked me last time. If it don't let me do it, then fuck, we might have to call it, because that's just wild, bro. The thing that's mainly gonna fuck me is when enemies dodge away from my fucking melee and then it causes it to have this long charge. That's what's gonna really fuck me with this build, as I don't have a healing grenade to fall back on. So if fuckers dodge my shit, I'm cooked. This bitch. Alright, did I pick it up? Please, 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 please. We one-phased the boss! Let's go, bro! Woo! Holy shit, that's strong, man! Holy fuck! Babe, I fucking one-phased the boss. I killed it in one phase. I obliterated that cunt. Holy shit! Hell yeah. That's fucked. Holy shit, dog. That was awesome. Oh, shut up. Right. I know it's chaos on TikTok, bro. But I'm just calling you King DD because it's easier that way. Or else not everyone will be like, who the fuck's Chaos? This build is insane, bro. I gotta shout out the YouTuber that gave me this build after I'm finished. Oh. I just killed them all with one punch. Now this is the punch stuff. Punch stuff build. Titan's dream of. I remember when Ark had shite survivability, man. This is insane. Because the hammer has a cooldown. I shouldn't have used that. I didn't realize it was going to fall off. That's fine. But yeah, like, the hammer, when you pick it up, you throw it. You pick it up, it has like a cooldown, like a second or half a second. But this one you could just spam Thunderclap. Just boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? Except when you whiff. That's when it cooks you. Teleporting pricks. I don't want to accidentally punch myself off a cliff either. That could be very annoying. I don't trust these guys not to fuck my run up. I see him. I love how I'm running two guns from the same season of the Plundered, I think it is. Arc might not be this broken after the seasonal artifact mods change, but we'll see. Some stand the test of time, some don't, especially with this whole new rework of armor and other things coming to the game. These guys just keep respawning. Good way to generate some ammo, I suppose. Oh my god. Where is this build off my lap? Who needs a rally flag? Holy shit, dog. Even if I lose the dungeon tonight, I'm having fun with this build, bro. This is wild. I don't even care, bro. This is great. Holy shit. Alright, I need to move on. Oh my god, bro. Very cool. Is he still there? Or did he die? No, I think he died. Alright, boop wall. I ain't taking no risks, bro. I've come this far. I think sword is definitely a must. Whew. I did lose some of my ammo, but it was worth the safe keep, honestly. It was worth the safe keep. Tried so hard. Hell yeah, Linkin Park, let's go. And got so far, but in the end, the night must smash. Let me smash, please. The lock-in is so real, take your time, this is a point. Yeah, fuck these jumping puzzles, bro. Fuck these jumping puzzles. Becky, let me smash. Please. No run. Your tail is small, what? Swiggity swoogity. Oh, this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough. This is where I might die. because healing grenade came in clutch. These guys hit hard, and my survivability relies on melee, and these guys don't melee easy. Final boss. Final boss. See, this build relies on, like, when you get punches, like kills with your punch, you heal. These enemies don't die easy, so I might be fucked. Okay. Alright, let's go. Oh shit. And I need to break the crystal. No. See, breaking the crystal is going to be the most annoying part. Okay, just use fucking... You fucking little dodging prick. Oh, I had to reset there. Hey Rachel, hello. 1K likes, hell yeah, let's get it. Sorry, I'm trying to lock in real quick. What's this bitch just constantly shooting me for? Is she glitched? Oh no, I just have to kill the... Let's fuck off, I'm trying to break a crystal. There we go. Here we go, the back. solo fucking flawless, baby! Woo! Holy shit! Hell yeah, man! High fucking five! Hell yeah! Whew! Hell yeah, man! Focus on. I joined the Discord, by the way. Hell yeah, appreciate it. You got this, brother. Thank you so much, Starlight. Congrats. Hell yeah, hype up. Sweet. Told you get a dab one time. Boom. Got it. Got it. Hell yeah. No run. Swiggity swiggity. Watch the night. Stay fuck hard. $20 is $20. You might be fucked later. AZN for life. Shout out Aotearoa. Best country on the planet. T crashed that bitch. Hell yeah. Good reset. Go again. Thank you. This is easy wins. Wins. I like the way you spot that. Clap them cheeks. You just dabbed. I did because someone asked me to. Yo, he's right. $20 is $20. Are you just... Is that your account, bro? On the fucking... You on TikTok and Twitch simultaneously? But we did it! We did it. 21, almost 22 million damage. 567 kills. Whew! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to family, son. Dab again? Alright, one more time. Boom. There you go. Hell yeah. I have a girlfriend. No. Calm down. Tips for Starlight. Alright. Hell yeah, we did it. If you shadows want another solo dungeon or solo flawless dungeon, let me know. Well, don't let me know. You gotta beat the goals. You gotta there's a follow goal and a sub goal on Twitch. If you reach those, follow goals equal the fuck was that? Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Holy shit. Aslan, line from Narnia followed. Welcome to the family, son. Appreciate you. Alright, follow goal reached. So follow goals, just so you shadows know, on Twitch, because that's where I primarily stream. Follower goals will get you, until I finish them all, solo completion of a dungeon. I try for flawless, but it's not the main priority. Sub goals is solo flawless. But thank you so much. We reached the follow goal. And yeah, we'll do another dungeon. Dibs for Starlight. Are you UK? No. Mum's English. Dad's Australian. Born in New Zealand.
Baba.
Yes, Baba. Huh? No, Baba. Prophecy. Prophecy? Is the next one? Where's Prophecy? Oh, we get a fucking ghost shell for doing prophecy. And a sparrow and an emblem. That's pretty dope. Fuck, which one's prophecy again? I don't even remember. I thought Starlight. No, my girlfriend is Mika. She goes by just Mika or Mika Muka Mika or Heyo It's Mikachu, I think, on Twitch. She's right behind me actually in bed telling me to go to sleep because it's almost midnight. Do prophecy. That's a fun one. Yeah, I can't remember prophecy. I don't know why. Is it on the Dreaming City? Is it, or isn't the Legends one? What one is prophecy? Is that the one with the light and dark? I need to launch and have a quick look. But that will be the next one we'll do.
Light or dark, nothing changes.
Yeah.
Everything dies. You ask a question
Yeah.
of pure potential.
Okay.
Death is intrinsic to the answer.
Right, so this one is the one where you play with dark and light modes. Okay. Yeah, this seems doable. Very cool. Okay. And this, who knew this arc build was that great? Oh my god. That's crazy, dude. It's crazy. Okay. Alright. Did I get anything extra from this dungeon? I think I just got a prime Ingram. Nothing really else from that. No, nothing to really show for it. But that's okay. That's fine. Okay. Shadows, we're going to exit desktop. And then I'm going to shout out the person who made this build. Give him a good old shout out. Yawn. Okay. Okay.
Moments in life like easy.
Solo, yeah, this guy. Lucky Mick. You see his name there? Lucky Mick. Go give Lucky Mick a subscription. Not that he needs a shout out from someone as small as me. He's bro's got 27,000 subscribers, but honestly, good. I'm gonna like the video, and I'm gonna say to him, thank you so much for this build. It really helped me with not only an exotic mission, but also solo flawless in a dungeon. Much love. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Drop him a follow. Bro's in a lot of Destiny discussions, it seems. Anyway, that'll be that. So yeah, go check out Lucky Mech. Bro's got a good build. He has like a. Does he have like a simple version? Here we go. He has both a build for ad clear and boss damage, and I just stuck to ad clear / boss damage. I could have done a hot swap for Curse of the Falling Star, but nah, don't really need it. But yeah, here's his build if you want it. Hang on, can I full screen so my face isn't in the way? No, that makes it worse. So he's running Thunder Crash. He's got Knockout and the new aspect for Bolt Charge. These are the fragments here. And then yeah, those are the mods. You don't have to use these mods, but the abilities are definitely worth it. I used different mods to him and still did fine. I used a different weapon as well, but the base of the build's really, really good. Really, really good. Shout outs to him, man. Anyway, I'm gonna wrap up. I'm tired. Well, not really. I'm actually quite hyperactive because we bit the fucking dungeon. But we'll see you shadows tomorrow, Thursday, for no Dark Souls because Zaid is busy. So I'm probably gonna run the dungeon tomorrow for the new follow goal. I'm gonna chuck up another follow goal on Twitch for us to reach, so we can do another dungeon. Okay. I'll see y'all in the next one. Alright, so we'll wrap up. Alrighty, thank you shadows so much for watching. Don't forget to follow if you haven't already. Subscribe if you want to support, I greatly appreciate it. Shout out to Aslan for the follow on Twitch. And shout out to Louis for the gift. And my 4 new followers on TikTok. I appreciate you all for everyone stopping by. If you want to buy some merch, there's a link to some merch stores in the Twitch chat. If you want to vote for the next main playthrough, there's a link there to vote. If you want to support, there's a link there to donate, and feel free to join the Discord, the Twitch one, not the Destiny one. We'll see you all in the next one. Kakite.